Okay, as we get started here, welcome. My name is David Olson. I am the Director of Education at retroreport. We're really happy to have you here with us today, and hopefully today, tomorrow, and Thursday to learn about a whole bunch of things related to the U.S. Supreme Court, and to connect ourselves to all sorts of great primary sources and resources that we've created connected to primary sources. The handful of folks I'll introduce here quick. We have two other retroreport staff members joining us today. First, Felice Yargaja, our education manager. If you want to say hi to the nice people, Felice.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining today. We're happy to have you here.
Wonderful. And then next, Caroline Watkins, who is our engagement manager at retroreport.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining today, and we look forward to catching up with you guys.
And then two other people who you'll meet more here as we progress. The first joining us from Troy, Michigan, Mr. Ryan Warenka. Ryan, say hi.
Hi, folks. If you hear yelling children in the background, they're mine.
Excellent. And then last but not least, we have a visiting scholar who actually will be with us all 3 days, joining from Nashville, Tennessee, Dr. Sarah Mayu.
Hello, nice to see you all.
All right, wonderful. And I know both Felice and Caroline shared in the chat, but the bit.ly or the shortened URL at the bottom of the screen here, so bit.ly/SCOTUS day 1. Please note that is case sensitive, so it needs to be uppercase there. We'll have a different slide deck for each day that'll include not only the embedded film clip that we're using, but also links to a bunch of different resources as we go through. So you can find us every day. We'll have some new resources for you as we go through. What did I annotate this? What happened here? Let's try again. Why is it red? I don't know how we ended up with marks on here. I'll have to investigate that. Okay, so here's how this is going to work. We're going to join every day during this time spot for at most 90 minutes. So where I am in Madison, it's 1:05 right now. We're going to meet every day Central Time, 1 to 2:30 or 2 to 3:30 if you're on the East Coast. And I'm trusting you can do the math beyond that. So this will be a 3-part webinar series. We'll meet each of the next today and the next 2 days. You're going to join with the same link each day. And so you hopefully should have that. I mean, you all managed to make it here, so hopefully you'll make it back here using that same link. Our overall focus for the series, sort of that big picture question, is how can I use primary sources and narratives to connect students with essential Supreme Court cases and processes? So at retroreport, which I'll tell you a little bit more about here in a moment, we really value storytelling, being able to learn about history and make connections to our current realities and the present with narratives at the helm. By learning from people and their experiences, by bringing in great archival footage and primary sources, we think that we can craft really captivating, challenging, and interesting stories that connect past and present. And so in designing this programming over the next couple days, what we really wanted to do was help teachers work with students to, in some cases, demystify, and in some cases, create better engagement for learning about the Supreme Court. So not only, what we're going to talk about today, which is a little more on the process end with the Supreme Court, but also over the next couple days of being able to focus on some really important historic Supreme Court cases and why they're still relevant and have meaning for us today. So today we're going to focus on the sort of big picture issue of Supreme Court nominations and confirmations. Tomorrow we're going to look at Korematsu, that decision, and Japanese American incarceration. As we get to day 3, we'll look at Brown, the Swann case, which comes after Brown, and what that looks like for school integration and desegregation. So that's the plan. Each day I'll have sort of a theme and a set of materials. The way we'll walk through each day will be very similar. So as we go through each day, after I do our introductions, the first thing we'll dive into is a short lecture from our visiting scholar. So I'll introduce Dr. Mayu here a little bit more in a moment, but she's going to start the day to provide us some historical background and some knowledge and grounding for what we're diving into. Each day will also feature a retroreport film, one that's in our library and part of our Supreme Court collection. We'll watch a chunk of the film, of each of the 3 films that we'll look at. Not the entire film, but if you're familiar with retroreport, usually our entire films are only 10, 11 minutes long to begin with. And then we'll look at some brand new primary source focused lessons that were created by classroom teachers. And we're also joined, I'll introduce her as we get a little later in today. We're going to learn a little bit more about the Library of Congress, about how to navigate and search amongst their resources. And we have an absolute expert to help us do that. So there's a little bit of professional learning and background knowledge. There's some application with the materials that we're going to look at. And then there's here are ways to extend this and begin finding additional resources for yourself. So this is what it's going to look like day after day. So your job as we go through this. So first thing to know is all of our materials will be made available. All of our materials, like they always are at retroreport, are entirely free. So the materials are all on our website. We are recording each of these sessions. The only part we won't record is there'll be a portion towards the end where you're in breakout rooms talking with each other about how you might use these resources, what other resources you might share with other folks. And then hopefully you're aware, but we're gonna pay you for your time. We would love to provide you a stipend for joining us, and we're able to do that through a grant from the Teaching with Primary Sources consortium through the Library of Congress. In order to get that $75 stipend, what you need to do is show up all 3 days, and then we'll have a survey at the end of day 3 that you'll need to complete. At the very end of that survey, sort of the second portion, it'll ask you, the name and the address for where we should send a check. So really, it's engage in professional learning, do so over these 3 days, give us some feedback as to what went well, what we could do better, what resources you think you might end up using, and we'll happily pay you for your time. One thing I do want to note, Felice reminded me of this. If you logged in and you have a name that's displayed that's other than your name, if you could change it to something that we will be able to recognize in our records as we go back and go, oh, who attended all 3 days? Yeah, I can find them in the list of people who signed in. So if you're able to do that, that would be best. All right. I did also want to make note here, again, the funding for this project comes from the Teaching with Primary Sources consortium through the Library of Congress. So what you'll see here is a bunch of the resources that we've created incorporate materials from the Library of Congress collections. All of those are free to access, and then the lessons that we've created that use them are free to access as well. And then to sort of extend our reach and support use of those materials, we're able to offer you a stipend to attend here. Okay. Last little part before I turn it over to Professor Mayu. If you are unfamiliar with retroreport, which I know I see a lot of familiar names, a lot of folks who are already retroreport power users. But for those of you who might be new to retroreport, we are a nonprofit, nonpartisan media organization. Essentially, we specialize in creating short-form documentary films really with the goal of connecting past and present. We create all sorts of resources that can be used. I know most of you here are social studies teachers, although probably not all of you, but across all sorts of different social studies disciplines, whether it's history, civics and government, psychology, geography, and more. But also we have wonderful resources for English ELA teachers. We have a really great collection of environmental science focused films, and wonderful ways where you can try to fit some of those together. So hopefully if you haven't checked out RetroReport's resources, I hope that the professional learning over the next couple days will encourage you to do so. In total, we have over 275 films available on our website, like I said, all of which are entirely free. The vast majority of them are in the 7 to 12 minute range, so they work really well as being integrated as part of a lesson. I like to tell teachers we are not a just push play curriculum. This is not a, hey, here's the documentary I'm going to show and that's all I have to do. But really our goal is, how do we create things that are the starting point for a lesson, for an inquiry activity, for a discussion? And we have a growing collection of those extra resources. All of the resources that we're gonna talk about over the next few days come from our Supreme Court collection. I will walk you through that, show you all sorts of wonderful things that are in there, but you can also access that through this bit.ly here. So bit.ly/RR-SCOTUS. And again, all of that is in uppercase. All right. So I'm now going to turn it over. We're very thankful today, tomorrow, and Thursday to be joined by Professor Sarah Mayu. So Professor Sarah Mayu is at Vanderbilt University. She is both an associate professor of law, but also an associate professor of history. So I feel like we found the perfect scholar for what we do at RetroReport and for this collection in particular. Not only does she have both a JD and a PhD from Stanford, but her areas of specialty really fit with some of the things we'll talk about over the next couple days. Her chief area of investigation and scholarship is on criminal law and procedure, but also with things like constitutional law, legal culture. She and I were talking earlier, and one of the courses that she teaches is in legal history. And so really for us to get a grounding in some of these key ideas and key cases over the next couple days, there's really not anyone better I could have chosen. So I'm going to stop sharing here. There we go. And then I will turn it over to Dr. Mayu.
All right. Well, thanks so much for having me. And I am always thrilled to get to interact with K through 12 teachers, high school teachers, and very, I don't know, I really have a lot of admiration for what all of you do, preparing future law students perhaps, but future citizens more importantly. And so I'm happy to be with you this week. And I'm also a fan of RetroReport. I've actually used a couple of the clips in my law school classes at times as well. So it's definitely a great resource, I would say, for educators at all levels. So I'm going to try to share a PowerPoint on my screen. Okay. So hopefully this is working.
Success.
Basically, I'm just going to give some very big picture overview to kind of hopefully provide some context for your session for today. I think for most of you, maybe all of you, some of this will be very familiar or review, but I just like to sort of step back and start with the very big picture and then kind of drill down on what you'll be talking about today. So the Supreme Court has, we're very familiar with seeing like these pictures of the for a long time men in robes, and now there's for the past couple decades there's also some women in robes on the Supreme Court, but there's of course 9 members, and they, as we are all, eagerly paying attention, well, no, eagerly, as we're all sort of anticipating in the next few days, they make a lot of decisions that have enormous impact on our lives and on institutions in the United States. They are appointed by the president. So this is sometimes when I teach, I make these little, these terrible like Photoshop monstrosities showing, at any given time, you could try to figure out, this is the Supreme Court in 1991, but you can see that it's still being shaped by justices appointed, by Reagan in the 80s, by Nixon in the 70s. There's even one John F. Kennedy appointee still hanging on in 1991. So basically, it's kind of a sort of weird institution, I guess you could say, in our political structure, in the sense that it's not made up of people that are directly elected like the president is or like the Congress is, but the members are instead appointed by the president who's elected. So they then have lifetime tenure. So a president, by appointing a Supreme Court justice at one point in time, has the ability to continue affecting law and politics really kind of potentially for decades into the future. So the first kind of big picture context I want to just start with is just sort of, what is the structure of the Supreme Court? And that has not changed really since the founding of the United States in the 18th century. But on the other hand, the politics of the Supreme Court and the sort of public debates around Supreme Court justices has changed quite a bit in the very recent past. And so I think your goal for today's session, as I understand it, is to try to get a handle on making sense of the current politicized landscape that surrounds Supreme Court nominations. And that, I would say, is a fairly recent historical development, even though the Supreme Court has been around since the very start of the United States. So just to go back to as a law professor, I always like to go back to the constitutional text at the outset. And, it is Article 3 of the Constitution that establishes that the judicial power of the United States, that the judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court and in such inferior courts as Congress may establish. So there is a very complex structure of lower federal courts below the Supreme Court, which Congress can sort of and has changed the structure of that over time. But the Constitution requires that there will be one Supreme Court in which the ultimate judicial power of the United States is vested. And the Constitution also provides, as you see, that the judges of the federal courts shall have their offices during good behavior, which basically means lifetime tenure, unless they get impeached for some sort of, like bribery or some kind of really big scandal or something like that, which has happened a few times with lower federal judges in the recent past. But for the most part, once you're appointed to be a federal judge or a Supreme Court justice, you can have that job as long as you want. You don't have to. I mean, if you want to step down, you can. But if you want to stay around until the day you die, there's no sort of periodic review process. There's no, retention elections like you might have in a state judiciary in some of the states that you are all familiar with. So it's in that sense, it's a pretty good gig, I guess, if you can get it. But that is, if students ever ask, like, how is this, that's a matter of the constitutional text. And so that's partly why structurally it's so important. And so, it's such a big deal when we're getting a new one of these justices, because they could be around for the rest of their lives potentially. One thing that might be interesting for you to talk about with students is, whether that even makes sense that these people should have lifetime tenure. In many countries around the world that have a Supreme Court or a constitutional court, they don't have lifetime tenure. They instead have a fixed term of 10 years or 20 years or whatever the case may be. And so in that sense, I think insofar as you want to think critically with students about these institutions, you could ask, like, do you think it's a good idea that that the Constitution provides basically lifetime tenure for Supreme Court justices, or would it be better if they kind of turned over more frequently, and therefore any one appointment would have less power over future generations? But for the time being, unless or until the Constitution is amended, that's the structure. And then the other important thing that the Constitution provides is that the president shall nominate, with the advice and consent of the Senate, judges of the Supreme Court. So that is why we have this process that gets, you always see these little charts every time there's a new Supreme Court nominee. And so I just pulled this off of the internet, and it's from 2020. So it's not the most up-to-date chart because it's still talking about President Trump, but the basic timeline is the same. You can fill in, of course, whichever president or nominee we're talking about, which is that the president nominates someone if there's a Supreme Court vacancy. And of course, again, why would there be a Supreme Court vacancy? Only because someone has either died or resigned. And at that time, the president announces the new nominee. The only real constitutionally mandated part of this is that the Senate has to vote to confirm or reject by a majority vote, because the Constitution requires the advice and consent of the Senate. All of these other steps, are norms that have developed, and kind of internal Senate procedure that has developed to flesh out what that advice and consent looks like, which is that typically the Senate kind of goes through a review process and an investigation process, and the nominee goes around and meets with senators, and they have hearings that are now televised, and everyone kind of pays attention to that, and then ultimately the Senate votes to confirm or reject. Now, all right, so that's sort of the basic structure and the basic process. And for the most part, that structure and that process has not changed. Throughout history, it's always been the case that the president nominates appointments to the Supreme Court. The Senate can approve or reject them, and that's kind of the process. What has changed quite a bit over time, and at different moments in time, this process has been more or less sort of high profile, more or less politicized, more or less something that the average person cares about, who doesn't otherwise have much reason to be following, legal developments. So if you go through like the whole history of the United States, actually in the very early days of the Republic in the 18th century and the early 19th century, it was like very difficult to find people that would agree to be on the Supreme Court, because it was seen as this kind of annoying job, and they literally had to they still had to ride circuit at that time, which meant they literally had to like ride on horseback around to hear different court hearings around the country. And it was kind of it was seen as kind of an annoying thing to get asked to do by the president. But of course, today, we now live in a world where there are lawyers and judges and people in the legal world whose like their whole lifetime goal is to one day get nominated to the Supreme Court. And they really see that as the pinnacle achievement that you can achieve as a lawyer or as a judge. And the whole process is very elaborate, and there's a lot of vetting that goes on. There's a lot of, there's always names getting thrown around of who might be in the mix and who's going to ultimately get selected. And it's very competitive, and people really are sort of, so thrilled. Like, this is seen as like this great achievement if you get nominated to the Supreme Court. So that's one thing that's changed over time. But what you're going to be focusing on, I think, for the rest of the session is the sense that these nominations have become much more partisan and much more politicized over time. And so I just want to, I guess, wrap up my intro remarks by just providing a little context about that. The video that retroreport has made gives you this account that begins with the nomination of Robert Bork in 1987. So I guess about 35 years ago now. So Reagan nominates a gentleman named Robert Bork to the Supreme Court, and many historians and students of the Supreme Court point to those 1987 confirmation hearings of Robert Bork as the first kind of modern Supreme Court confirmation hearings, in the sense that it was all on TV. A lot of interest groups got involved to try to torpedo the nomination because they didn't agree with Bork's views about particular substantive questions. Interest groups took out TV commercials and magazine advertisements, and there was a lot of lobbying. And ultimately, Bork is rejected by the Senate by a vote of 58 to 42. So why do we say that was a new thing? What was different before that? So it was not ever true that everyone who got nominated to the Supreme Court would just automatically get approved or confirmed. There were many Supreme Court nominees historically where the president nominated someone, but then some sort of scandal came to light or some problem came to light with the nominee, and they just never got to a full Senate vote at all because the president withdrew the nomination, or the candidate withdrew or stepped down, or, so there always is this vetting process at the outset that not everyone gets through. But for most of the 20th century, the norm was that if you did get all the way to a full Senate vote, that by that time, there was a kind of courtesy that the Senate would confirm the nominee of the president unanimously, or basically unanimously, that it was not seen as the role of the Senate to make decisions ideologically or because they didn't agree with the views of the nominee, that as long as the nominee was qualified, had the correct legal background in terms of they're legally trained, they're qualified to be a judge, they're qualified to be a justice. There's no scandal, there's no sort of problem with their, there's no sort of wrongdoing in their past that has come to light, things like that. As long as this is a respectable, qualified nominee, the norm was that the Senate role is just to defer to the president's nomination at that point. So even though there might be something that comes to light at one of these earlier stages, the norm was always that once you got to a Senate vote, it would be a unanimous confirmation if you got that far. So this was actually still true fairly recently. Even it is still lingers on even after the Bork nomination is defeated. Just a few examples. So Scalia, who is nominated kind of right around the same time in the mid 80s, Justice Scalia was confirmed unanimously in the Senate. Justice Kennedy is going to get confirmed unanimously. And then even Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg under Clinton, I think there were only 3 no votes. So the norm remained actually for quite some time as it had been, which is that the Senate would basically confirm Supreme Court nominees unanimously once it got to the full Senate vote, that it wasn't supposed to be a partisan process and it wasn't supposed to be ideological. And so they weren't supposed to be trying to figure out if they agreed with the ideas of the nominee about the law, but rather just, is this a qualified professional person? And if so, that they would confirm. So Bork is the first time where you see a real departure from that, where in part because the Democratic Party and kind of liberal interest groups take the position that Bork has gone on record as being opposed to the right to abortion, opposed to the right to contraception, committed to a particular interpretation of the Constitution that they disagreed with, and that therefore, because of these substantive disagreements with his legal views, they were going to mount this campaign, which proved successful, to scuttle the nomination. And that sort of sets the template that doesn't immediately become the norm, but certainly has over time come to characterize basically every Supreme Court nomination nowadays. Even if they get confirmed, it's on a divided party line vote. And it's usually after a lot of debate that focuses on trying to predict the substantive legal views that this person might bring with them to the Supreme Court, which is kind of that's the post-Bork shift that you'll be thinking about, I think, in more detail in the rest of today's session. Now, some bigger picture context for why does this change happen when it does? You know, what is it about Robert Bork that I don't know that it's Robert Bork particularly that we can point to as causing this change, although it is true that he, as you'll see in the video, had a very contrarian demeanor and kind of an off-putting personality. So who knows, I think if he might, you know, we don't know what would have happened if he might have wanted to play ball a little bit and be a little friendlier with the senators and things like that. But he kind of also went into the whole thing with a very combative personality, I think, as well. But I think that in a way, this set of changes might have happened regardless of the particular personalities involved at some point, because it's happening against the backdrop of growing partisanship and polarization about really every issue in the United States. By the time we get into the 1980s, this is, you know, post-Watergate, post-Vietnam, post-civil rights, post debates over feminism and the Equal Rights Amendment and abortion and Roe versus Wade. And so there is a sense that there's a conservative legal movement that thinks that the Supreme Court has taken a lot of wrong directions, that constitutional law has become unmoored from the text of the Constitution, and that there needs to be a concerted effort to reset constitutional law. And then you have a view on the part of liberals that the Constitution, that the Supreme Court has correctly been expanding the meaning of the Constitution to protect rights that weren't previously protected, and that it's very important to safeguard those changes to constitutional law. And so constitutional law generally had become much more implicated in politics by this time as a result of, you know, school desegregation, which we'll talk about, and busing as a result of Roe versus Wade and controversies about the right to abortion. And so I think as a result of those bigger picture changes, Supreme Court nominations might have become caught up in this partisanship no matter what, but it might be true that the personality of Bork also didn't really help that much either. The other big picture technological change, I think that's important context, of course, is just the rise of television. And so once you start getting the ability to televise these hearings, and especially in the 80s, you don't yet have like 24-hour cable TV, but we're moving towards that. And so once you can have 24-hour cable TV, you know, they need content. They are going to be televising these hearings and trying to kind of make almost like entertainment out of these battles going on in Washington. So I think that's another reason why the Supreme Court over time becomes more of a kind of almost like a political entertainment thing where people are following this reality show of who's the new nominee and will they get through and that kind of thing. And so it becomes kind of caught up in politics in that way as well. And so obviously that wouldn't have been the case in, you know, the 19th century or the early 20th century, that it wasn't very easy for people to follow these hearings on a day-to-day basis the way that they can once they're on television. And then certainly now, once, you know, you have Twitter and social media, it's even easier for people to see these little sound bites. So maybe I'll wrap up there and see if there are any questions or follow-up questions. And then I guess, I don't know how much time I've taken up, but I want to turn it back over to your program.
you did a wonderful job fitting that in, Dr. Mayu. I think if you have questions for Dr. Mayu, if you want to put them in the chat, and we can take some of those. As you were discussing, I'll try to link some things together, and I think there's a question in here at the end as well. As you were talking about, other times when nominees have been put forth, maybe a scandal bubbles up, that there's, sort of a taking back of a nominee. In terms of folks who are joining us here and, our own experiences as court watchers, there's sort of three that within, I don't know, the lifetime, probably most, not quite all of the folks here, there are three that stick out to me. So obviously there's Bork, and we're going to see that again in the clip of the film. The next one, so Bork is somebody who's put forward, he goes through the process, and he's voted down. Okay, I don't think we've had one of those since, where they've actually gone fully through the process. The next one that sticks out to me would be a woman named Harriet Miers. So that was a nominee of George W. Bush, where she was put forward, and then I don't know, you can speak a little bit more to that, but she was pulled back as a nominee before there was ever actually a vote. And then the last one would be Merrick Garland. So we have a nominee put forth, but none of the process happens. So number one, if we have teachers who want to put some of these sort of out there for students, are those good case studies as like a compare and contrast? And are there any others that sort of belong in that conversation?
Sure. Well, Harriet Miers, so I think that if you want to talk about this whole history with students, Robert Bork is usually like one case study that is pointed to as kind of the first Supreme Court process that's this politicized. But I would say that another important person to put into the mix is David Souter. So George H.W. Bush nominates David Souter to the Supreme Court. And this is a post-Bork nomination where, therefore, after Bork, the nominees aren't going to tell you very much about what they think. And you don't really know very much about what they think. And Souter was, so Souter, as a Republican Party nominee to the Supreme Court, he's like the last of what the traditional model was, which is he's a qualified lawyer with a lot of experience, and Bush appoints him, and he's confirmed, and no one really knows that much about what he thinks, but everyone assumes like he's going to be fine. What happens once he gets on the Supreme Court is he ends up being a lot more, well, he ends up taking positions that were sort of unpredictable, and becomes actually basically I don't really like these categories because I think they're overly simplistic, but if we want to just say liberal conservative, he becomes more of a liberal on the court than a conservative. And so if you were a conservative in the Republican Party, they felt very betrayed by Souter, and particularly when he voted to in a case called Casey in 1992, when he voted to reaffirm the right to abortion in Roe v. Wade, because you had a lot of activists in the pro-life movement who felt they were supporting the Republican Party because they were part of this long campaign to get Roe v. Wade overturned. So the reason why I think this connects to Harriet Miers is that after Casey, there was this rallying cry among some in the Republican Party of no more suitors, which is, if we're going to appoint, when Republican presidents appoint nominees, we want to have a pretty clear idea of their paper trail or what we think they're going to do on certain issues. And we don't want any more surprises. And we want also someone who's going to be a real serious intellectual and have a really strong case for why the Constitution should be interpreted in certain ways, or why Roe v. Wade was incorrectly decided, or something like that. And so I think what did Harriet Miers in large part is that George W. Bush appoints Harriet Miers, who, I don't know, I mean, one could have whatever opinions one has about her record and her career up to that point. But basically, by that time, there are other stakeholders in the president's own party who were not actually willing to just accept that nomination because they didn't think she had this sort of serious, what they wanted was like a serious movement legal conservative who had a really elaborate intellectual case for why Roe versus Wade should be overturned or something like that. And so they ultimately get Alito, instead, who I think fulfilled that promise because he writes, as we know, a year ago, the Dobbs opinion, which is a very long, elaborate argument for why Roe versus Wade was incorrectly decided. But I think Harriet Miers in some ways actually looks a lot like nominees to the Supreme Court that you would see under like President Lyndon Johnson or Franklin Roosevelt, where they, for a lot of the 20th century, they did just appoint kind of personal friends or people they knew politically that they owed a favor to. And the Supreme Court was kind of this place where you could put a crony or a friend of yours as a favor, as long as they were a lawyer. There wasn't this sense that they need to be like carefully evaluated for their intellect or something like that. Whereas now I think we see both Democratic and Republican Party presidents, it's become this much more, it's become this process where it's like they're thinking of this as we're trying to find the smartest, most, they all now have had a lot of experience either as law professors or federal judges, which is very different from historically, you just had kind of a mix of lawyers that the president might have been friends with or something like that. And it's funny because you might think I think this is also something you could talk about with students, right? Because we might think, well, isn't it a good thing that they're trying to make sure that the nominees are qualified and are intelligent and have a lot of intellect or something like that? But I actually think it's led to a Supreme Court that is very cerebral and intellectual and not necessarily thinking about the political stakes of what they're doing as much. They're not necessarily people that have a lot of real world experience working with ordinary people in their prior careers. So I think it, in a weird way, there were some benefits perhaps to a world where the president was appointing like his personal friends, because at least these people, they just had a mix of backgrounds. They had done a bunch of different things. Some of them may have been politicians or they may have been small town lawyers or something like that. Whereas now we have a Supreme Court that's very politically divided, but their career trajectories are basically identical, which is that they all either were a law professor or a federal judge, and that was basically, or a corporate lawyer or something, and that was basically their career before they got to the Supreme Court. So yeah, I think Harriet Miers had the misfortune of being a sort of the wrong kind of nominee for the time when she was nominated, even though at earlier points in history, she might have fit the mold of a nominee.
And I hadn't put together that Alito was the replacement. That does make you wonder, would history have been different had Harriet Miers, certainly the number of votes to overturn Roe may have been similar, but would the rationale have been different? But before we let you go, one of the questions that came up that I'll change just slightly is, have justices who've gone through this process ever written about or talked about, either how they feel the process of filling seats ought to be changed? I know at least a little bit in real time, I'm thinking of, Thomas and Alito and some others who criticized sort of the way that the hearings have gone. But what have we heard anything from the justices themselves as to how this process might be made better?
Well, a lot of times with the current justices, they're pretty cagey. I don't know. I mean, it could be decades before we may get like access to the private correspondence or archives of what they may have been thinking behind the scenes. I know that I think it's pretty clear that Justice Thomas, for example, thinks he was treated very badly, that Justice Kavanaugh thought he was treated very badly. But what I will say might be interesting to look at if you want an interesting primary source where the justices are actually commenting on the record about the politicization of the confirmation process is actually in the Casey, the Planned Parenthood versus Casey opinion from 1992, both, which is the case that upheld Roe versus Wade for the time being at the time, which now has been undone. But Casey has decided in 1992 at a moment when, it's post-Bork, but it's also like there's this sense that every Supreme Court nomination process has now been about trying to figure out what does the nominee think about abortion and what would they do if abortion came before them. And so that's only one dimension of the many ways in which the process became very politicized. But in that opinion, there's very direct language, both from Justice Blackmun and Justice Scalia, who in different ways, from different perspectives, are really critical of this, are really saying this is actually really harmful to the institution of the court and to the rule of law, that somehow the general public has gotten the idea that all we're doing is politics, right? And that we're just like, and Scalia says, if we're just politicians, there's no justification for our role because we're not elected, right? We're not accountable to the people. So if all we're doing is politics, then we need to make clear to people that we're doing something different, which is we're engaging in legal analysis. And that's the reason why we aren't elected, is because you need independence to be able to independently analyze those constitutional questions. But once you start mixing up the two, it becomes very hard to understand what the justification is for their role. And Justice Blackmun wrote the Roe versus Wade opinion in 1973. So by 1992, he's very upset that, it's become this what he thinks is basically this distortion over the whole role of the Supreme Court, is that people are voting in presidential elections based on ultimately wanting to overturn this decision. So I would say Casey, if you just can excerpt out those passages, I think is a really interesting on the record primary source where the justices are commenting on what they feel has in some ways been kind of the over politicization of the Supreme Court, and that it's become overly implicated in kind of partisan politics.
Wonderful. Thanks for the hat tip on that one. And thank you for joining us today, Dr. Mayu. You are, like I told you earlier, you're more than welcome to stick around. If you need to run, you can. For those of you, Dr. Mayu will be back with us each of the next 2 days to give us some of that historical background and grounding, both on Wednesday and Thursday. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Sounds great. All right. As we shift here to the next portion, the person I'm going to introduce you to here, hopefully, we see my screen? I don't have the green thing around it. Are you seeing Ryan's lovely face on your screen?
I've been called a lot of things, but lovely ain't one of them.
Oh man. Well, I'm pleased to be joined by a wonderful teacher and friend of mine, Mr. Ryan Warenka. He teaches a number of things, including AP Gov and AP Comparative Gov at Troy High School in Troy, Michigan. Among his bona fides, other than working with retroreport as a member of our Council of Educators, Ryan he was recognized as the Michigan History Teacher of the Year by Gilder Lerman in 2021. He also served, was it last summer, Ryan, 2022, as a C-SPAN Teacher Fellow?
Yeah, last year, and then I got it again this year. They can't seem to get rid of me.
Oh man! And back on Thursday, we'll be bringing in yet another C-SPAN Teacher Fellow. So we're we're all about the C-SPAN crossover here at Retro Report. So what we're going to do next, I'm going to show you a clip of the film that we've been talking about, and then we're going to dive in. I'll turn it over to Ryan to dive into some of those resources that he created that will connect to the film. All right, so this film, which we made a number of years ago, or a few years ago, but then we've updated really as each new justice has been nominated. The title of the film is Why Supreme Court Nominations Have Become So Bitter. So we're going to watch a chunk of this. I might stop it a little earlier than I had planned, just because I want to make sure we get everything in today. But here you'll see some of that historic background of the Bork hearings, and then how it connects to these nomination processes currently. We go down.
I today announced my intention to nominate United States Court of Appeals Judge Robert H. Bork to be an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court.
In 1987, President Reagan had a unique opportunity, one that hadn't occurred in decades, to move the balance of votes on the Supreme Court in a decidedly conservative direction.
Republicans were losing fights on school prayer and school busing and abortion in the Congress, and they wanted to win these fights in the Supreme Court.
As his nominee, Reagan picked a respected jurist who adhered to a rigid interpretation of the Constitution, which led him to voice controversial opinions on social issues.
My opinion is that there are too many laws in this country and that we are redressing too many petty grievances.
Democrats saw Judge Bork as someone who would turn back the clock on established individual and civil rights.
The Constitution says the United States Senate has much as responsibility in determining who's on the court as the president does. That's what this is about.
Hearing will come to order, please.
Day one of Robert Bork's confirmation hearings started off with liberal guns blazing.
The president has sought to appoint an activist of the right, whose agenda would turn us back to the battles of a bitterly divided America.
Kennedy created kind of a fiendish picture of Robert Bork.
In Robert Bork's America, there is no room at the inn for blacks and no place in the Constitution for women. And in our America, there should be no seat on the Supreme Court for Robert Bork.
He gave a very tough speech, taking every one of Bork's positions and taking it to its most extreme logical conclusion.
Even before the hearings began, liberal groups launched an unprecedented campaign, taking out newspaper and television ads attacking Bork's record.
With respect to Robert Bork, our rights would be less secure.
Robert Bork wants to be a Supreme Court justice, but the record shows that he has a strange idea of what justice is.
The tradition of Supreme Court nominees had been sort of a genteel one. The Democrats had different plans, and so they, I think, blew up the playbook that had existed for decades before that.
Said there's no existing opinion? There certainly is.
There is not. That was a vacated opinion, Senator.
Bork's testimony was televised live for 5 days, and the exchanges grew increasingly combative.
But the opinion is there.
Well, it's in print. It has been declared to have no legal force or effect whatsoever.
Mr. Chairman.
And Bork kind of looked funny. He had a goatee. And then he said some things that people thought were just, and they were very Bork.
As you may have noticed in these hearings, I've been taking unpopular positions frequently in my life.
He liked to be controversial. So he was asked, why do you want to be a Supreme Court justice?
And I think it would be an intellectual feast just to be there and to read the briefs.
Nobody who was politically astute would say something silly like that. He did. And of course it made him appear to be sort of an oddity, but it played into the hands of those who were trying to defeat him.
But at the heart of the hearings were Bork's controversial early writings. He had condemned a landmark civil rights law as, quote, unsurpassed ugliness, and disagreed that the Constitution protected gender equality, the right to privacy, and abortion.
Because neither is mentioned in the Constitution.
Well, if neither is mentioned, all that means is that the judge may not choose.
Bork insisted that many of his opinions had changed, but Democrats were not buying it.
You have stated views time and again that would reverse progress for blacks that would slam the door on women, that would allow government in the bedroom, that would limit free speech, that would undercut the principle of equality under the law.
I can't say this enough times. You know, from beginning with Brown against Board of Education, I have supported black equality. And I've done that in print long before I got here. I have never said anything or decided anything that should be frightening to women. Now, you're undoubtedly correct, Senator, that there are women who are apprehensive. I think it can only be because they don't know my record.
All right, I'm going to pause it here. I'm going to go a little bit further because there's another section I'd love you to see here before we move on.
The yeas are 42, the nays are 58. The nomination is not confirmed.
And it wasn't long before Bork's name became synonymous with vilification of a nominee for public office.
I don't know that anyone has been borked the way Bork was borked since that, but it's clearly part of the lexicon.
Judge Thomas is not only being borked, but he's given new meaning to the term being borked.
What did Judge Bork go through? The little thing called borking.
You're familiar with the verb to be borked.
I've heard it here and there. And I must say, to have your name become a verb is one form of immortality.
Absolutely. And then one other section here when we get to the sort of consequences of the Bork hearing.
First position that you've maybe worked your whole life for is to not be candid, so they evade.
I don't think I could answer that.
I would prefer to await the particular case.
I can't prejudge that litigation.
All right. So some examples there, as you saw, of sort of the aftermath of Bork being somewhat forthright about his positions and answering questions. What we've seen and what Dr. Mayu made reference to, that sort of reticence to actually answer questions. And we saw it from, judges that can be described both as liberal and conservative. All right, so here I will stop sharing. I will turn it over to Ryan so that he can share. But yes, here what we've done through this process is we've taken a retroreport film like the one we have here, and then we've put it to some amazing expert teachers to create some materials that go with them. So Ryan, I'll let you take it from here and showcase some of the materials you created.
All right, fantastic. And I will say in the words of Judge Bork that it was an intellectual feast to look through the resources and come up with some different things for you. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and I will pull this up. Now, I know, Dave, you said here we go. This should have been shared already, correct, in the chat? Or is available in the bit.ly? Okay, perfect. Yep. So I'll just walk everybody through kind of what was created here first. So first and foremost is the lesson plan, which I think, again, could be formatted really for a government class or an American history class. And again, is really diving into the polarization that we see in American politics and then relating it to what we're seeing with the confirmation process. So, put together a couple of different activities using primary sources. I also put together an activity that is once you've used the primary sources where effectively you're creating a mock Senate Judiciary Committee and put together a fictional nominee for the Supreme Court where your class would then be able to sort of generate questions, excuse me, after the analysis of the primary sources. And then I put together a quantitative analysis style pre-response question, which would be great for an AP American government class, but honestly could be used really by any class, or at least bits and pieces of it. So should work for you. So you can see, I'm not going to read all of these because again, you're all professionals and you can read on your own and look through these. But obviously, as a lesson plan format, breaking down essential questions of what really you're covering for this, what the objectives of this would be, all links to the resources. I did make note in the lesson plan that for some of the handouts, that the electronic copy would probably be easier to work with because then it's going to present, a lot less copying for you as a teacher. So if you do have, if you're one-to-one in a school or do have the ability maybe to assign this for students to look at it electronically. It's just going to save you time. If not, no problem. Again, all of the different links are there and you can kind of print and copy and do all the things that you might need to do. So anyway, so as we're walking through these, I have the procedures all listed for you. The video that you just saw is right here as an extension activity. Obviously that could be used right up front, and there is also a mini lesson that's provided with that. So if you were to click on that link, it does take you right to a spot where there's those materials, and then here's the free response question. With the free response question, anytime that I do these, this is just completed my 4th year as an AP Gov reader. So readers, we made it. Those of you that were all joining in those. But I like to try and provide scoring rubrics. And so whether it's the ones that I've created for C-SPAN, I've created a whole bunch of Supreme Court questions over the last year. The C-SPAN actually has more free response Supreme Court questions than the College Board has available. So, but I like to provide a rubric just to, again, give it kind of that realistic feel. And this one has that as well. One thing too with the free response questions that I found is it saves time in some instances to have students work in small groups. And so again, they could do it individually or they could do it in small groups either way. And then of course also broke down for you the Common Core and the C3 standards. So this way, I know for some schools where you have to, turn in lesson plans or tie them to objectives, we've really done that for you here all the way. So there's the lesson plan. Flipping over to the first activity. So this is the one where we're looking at primary sources. And so going through the Library of Congress materials, one of the things that I found to be interesting is some of the pictures that are available. And so I chose 3 different ones that were easily accessible, and I thought really, looked at, nominees, and in the case of Anita Hill, not a nominee, but somebody that played a pretty prominent role in the hearing of Justice Thomas. And so again, what you can do with this is the See, Think, Wonder activity. And so again, if I'm going to click on Justice Souter, that will let me go to that real quick. So yes, I'm old enough that I actually remember Justice Souter's confirmation hearing, and how one of the things was he basically learned from Bork and he really wasn't very forthcoming. And I remember Johnny Carson hosting the Tonight Show. Again, I'm getting up there now. But Johnny Carson making a joke of that they thought there would be something disqualifying. They learned what Justice Souter likes as toppings on pizza. That was basically the only thing they were able to get out of him. So anyway, so we have Justice Souter. So again, you could have students examine this and just do that. What do you see in the picture? What do you think is going on? What do you think about from the picture? And then what do you wonder about it? And again, just get them to start, digging deeper. And then again, if we look at Anita Hill, so again, Anita Hill might present an interesting case study again, because obviously this was a character issue during Justice Thomas. Now her facial expression, obviously quite different from Justice Souter, who is very studious, very, again, you can do a side-by-side comparison. He's listening, he's analytical. Anita Hill, again, is maybe in disbelief of the questions that's being asked, or testimony from senators at her. So again, definitely opens the door to an interesting case study about Justice Thomas and his confirmation, which is much more combative than what you saw with Souter. Or the other one that I included is Justice Ginsburg, who again surprisingly had a very, very easy confirmation process compared to some of the other ones, compared to Judge Bork, excuse me. So there's Justice Ginsburg, who again I think students probably still are familiar with. I don't know what the window is going to be here where they start to kind of lose her to history, but anyway, so those are some of the ones that I think you could use as a See, Think, Wonder, and those are all easily accessible from the Library of Congress. When we look down at the next part, I chose 5 different nominees. And some of these were really easy to find, and some of them I had to do some digging, but you could choose any of these different justices. Believe it or not, what I try to do is pick a balance for the most part. I tried to pick 3 testimonies or letters that basically expressed support for the nominee, and in some instances ones that were opposed. I think there's maybe one where it was there's only 2 that were against, but you could click on these, and I tried to pick them so that they're in the neighborhood of like mostly 3 to 4 pages. I didn't want to overwhelm students, but they're fairly easy to read. So again, if you're looking at John Roberts, excuse me, so you can click on this and it will bring up a letter from the Fraternal Order of Police, and it's basically, it should. There we go. So a letter from the Fraternal Order of Police explaining their support for the nomination of John Roberts to be a justice on the Supreme Court. In this instance, it's interesting too, because again, a little bit of history on this one. Remember, John Roberts was actually originally nominated, excuse me, to fill the vacancy from Sandra Day O'Connor, but in the meantime, Justice Justice Rehnquist passed away, Chief Justice Rehnquist, and so President Bush nominated Roberts to fill that vacancy. So that's why we see John Roberts to be the next associate justice, and obviously he gets confirmed to be chief. Then, of course, we end up seeing, again, reasoning why they think he is qualified. If I go back to this and I click on Congressman John Lewis, who, again, I think some students will be quite familiar with, Congressman Lewis is opposed to the nomination of John Roberts. And so again, what you're doing is seeing these balances of, what are the reasons why somebody is in favor of the nominee? What are the reasons why somebody is opposed to the nominee? And then as you scroll down, you'll end up seeing a form here that, again, you could copy or make available. And if students are working in groups, you could divide it up and they have to, they're in a group of 3, everybody gets 2 documents. Or something like that. And so who the nominee was, who the author of the statement was, were they in favor of, opposed, and then what are the main arguments? So again, it's just them distilling this down. And then this would, again, present an opportunity where you could have groups present out, okay, we had, Alito, or we had Ginsburg, or we had Roberts. And again, okay, well, what were the main arguments in favor of his confirmation? What were the arguments against? And start to see that. And then over the course of the 5 nominees, you end up seeing, again, if there are patterns, what issues come up where people have concerns, or what issues are common for support of a nominee. So again, it's just a great way to really kind of dig in and use those primary sources, which again, down is the synthesis question. You're also starting to see the partisan nature of the nominations, where you'll see where Ginsburg and Breyer's confirmations, and even Roberts, it's not quite as bad. Really, it's Alito to now Justice Jackson, where it's become a bit more contentious. And so again, where maybe if you're doing them in chronological order, you'd go Ginsburg down to, I think Sotomayor was the most recent one, where I grabbed documentation. So you could see again how maybe the reasons against a nominee are much sharper than the earlier on with Ginsburg. I had to fight to find statements against Ginsburg, which was really surprising. You'd think she's quite ideological. That would be not hard to find. It was an incredibly challenging part to this. And then one of the things that we thought would be cool after synthesizing those is the activity of coming up with, again, a mock hearing for nominees. And so this is one that I've been doing for years and years, and I kind of always joke with the Supreme Court that it's these 9 judges in black robes, and they're like the most aristocratic part of government. And I actually do a little, like, before I get to the judicial branch, I always do a little true false quiz with my students, and so I'll put like the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court is John Roberts, true or false. And even my AP students a lot of times have no idea. So that can't possibly be. That's like saying Bill Smith, right? Way too generic. So they don't know. And then I use the Chief Justice's Hoyt Whittington, which sounds super aristocratic. I mean, Hoyt Whittington is basically a human boat shoe. But they think that that's legit. And so I figured, okay, well, let's use it. So I've leaned in over the years. And so I have gifted you all Justice Hoyt Whittington, or Judge Hoyt Whittington. And then, of course, I put together the demographics. So in some ways, this is also a synthesis. There's a few things in here, a little synthesis of myself and David Olson. So neither of us is 51. We're both younger than that, not by much, but we're both younger than that. We are both male. I am Catholic. We're both white. Dave was born in Madison, or no, Dave lives in Madison, Wisconsin. So that's why we gave him that birthplace. And of course, I live in Troy, Michigan. So that's where the Honorable Hoyt Whittington resides. And he is a painfully moderate judge. which again, probably nowadays would be very difficult to even have somebody like this nominated, but we will see. The American Bar Association rated him as well qualified. He went to Fordham for undergrad, got to get that Jesuit education, and went to Columbia Law School. So then you get the resume. He clerked for John Paul Stevens. He's currently serving as a judge for the Eastern District of Michigan, which is why he lives in Troy. Intellectual trends, again, looking this, you'll see over and over in the reasons why people supported or opposed nominees, the litmus test over abortion. So again, I was trying to come up with what would be a moderate stance on that. So where he disagreed with this stance in Dobbs, but would have voted to uphold the 15-week abortion ban, which have been more restrictive. And again, is generally supportive of the Second Amendment, but willing to uphold legislative restrictions on assault weapons. So again, we're probably more in line with what a lot of polling would suggest, but again, where ideologically he's not going to do away with the Second Amendment, nor is he going to just ignore it and let people have whatever they want. And then again, you have some of these other things in here about him. And again, he's a very smart jurist, but can come across as aloof and aristocratic. And like I said, with that name, you can see kind of why. Then you put yourself in the position to be a senator. So again, you could look at what state you could assign students, different states, and maybe look at sort of the track record of the senators from those states. And again, you could give a partisan affiliation if you'd like. And then again, as maybe a group of students putting together, what are 5 questions that you would ask Judge Whittington? Now, if you as the teacher, or if you had a student who wanted to try and take on the mantle of Judge Whittington, you could have them go in and be sworn in, and then you could have the students ask those questions, and we would see like how cagey could Judge Whittington be on this, and then of course would the students vote for or against the nomination of Hoyt Whittington. So it should be a fun activity. Again, it could extend into a second class period if you really wanted to dive deep, but otherwise that would work as a synthesis of the primary sources. And the last part was the quantitative analysis. So again, what I did is I grabbed the most recent example of a confirmation. So we have Ketanji Brown Jackson back in 2022, and down to Antonin Scalia. So where Dr. Mayu was telling us about Scalia and Kennedy basically being confirmed almost unanimously. I think, well, Scalia was, and Kennedy was virtually unanimous. And then we end up seeing, again, in some of these instances, Ginsburg got, 94, 90, I think 94 votes, Breyer a little less, and even Roberts was confirmed, I think, with 78 votes. And I remember watching Roberts' hearings thinking, like, he's doing very well. He's not going to change the balance of the court. I thought he would get around 80 votes, and so just a little shy of that. But then, of course, we start to see things change. And I know there was a question in the chat earlier about the filibuster rule. And of course, with Justice Gorsuch, that's where the Senate changed the rules and got rid of the filibuster. So now, of course, we're only seeing you need 50 votes for confirmation. Of course, the VP can put that over. But since we've gotten rid of the filibuster, we're seeing judges, confirmed, obviously. In Amy Coney Barrett's example, completely partisan. 0 Democrats voted for Justice Barrett or independents. Kavanaugh got 1 Democratic vote, which I believe is Joe Manchin. Gorsuch, I think, voted for Manchin voted for Gorsuch. He had 1 or 2 Democratic votes. And then where, again, only a couple of Republicans voted for Ketanji Brown Jackson. So we're seeing really this big shift in the partisan ideology attached to nominations. So we end up seeing, again, some reasons for that. So again, that would be a good opportunity for showing students this. You could end up showing, again, with the filibuster and discussing that. And then for the prompts, again, first prompt, it's typically an identify. It's just give us the name, right? Get in, get out. So the justice with the most partisan confirmation vote, which was Justice Barrett, which was all Republicans. I got to get a shout out. I don't think he's here, but Kevin Jackson from Petaluma, California, helped me out with prompt B. I was workshopping this question and I had a different spin on it, but it was too similar to C. So Kevin helped me out with this one. So I want to make sure he gets his due for helping me out here. Describe a trend of party support for nominees. So again, obviously, if we're looking at that, if you're a nominee from a Republican, which again, it could be background or it could be information you provide, you can see like where Justice Kavanaugh, Justice Gorsuch, and Justice Barrett had strong support amongst Republicans. President Biden, of course, put in nominated Justice Jackson. So that would be one of those where very, very strong Democratic support. So that's one of the things that we're seeing now. Draw a conclusion about how the party that controls the Senate Judiciary Committee affects the confirmation process for nominees. This is what I would like to call the Merrick Garland rule, which I'm sure a lot of you might know. But again, if we're looking at the importance of the Senate with elections, is, we saw with Barack Obama nominating Merrick Garland after Justice Scalia passed away, and the Senate just said, "Yeah, we're not going to hold nomination hearings. We're not giving anything." And Garland just kind of twisted in the wind for 10 months. And then, of course, when President Trump won the election in 2016, then they withdrew Garland's nomination and put Neil Gorsuch on the court. So you could see, could we see political retribution, let's say in the 2024 election, if a Republican wins the White House, but the Democrats maintain control of the Senate, and then there's a vacancy, could the Democrats hold that seat open as retribution? It's entirely possible, right? So maybe that's a conclusion that we could see based on history, and again based on the Senate acting like middle schoolers. But anyway, there is that trend, and we've seen where things have become more partisan, that maybe that happens. And then, of course, the last part, again, explain the elimination of the filibuster and how it's made nominations more partisan. If you control the Senate, then you can put somebody that's more ideological up. So we're seeing maybe more ideological nominees because they can get through as long as they have party discipline and majority. So all in all, again, what you can do, and the rubric is down here too. So again, the rubric would give you, again, acceptable things. Now, by all means, feel free to add things if you'd like, but I think, again, there's a pretty good basing here of what, an AP rubric would look like. But again, it doesn't have to just be for an AP class. I think this is easily something that, writing skills for students of all ages and ability levels, I think is really, really important. So I think that would be something that could be useful, both, like I said, in small groups or individuals, to individual students.
And as Ryan is wrapping up here, thank you, Ryan. Those were excellent resources. We'll share the link again with those, and make sure you have access to all of them. One of the things I do want to point out before I turn it over to Jackie to talk Library of Congress stuff is that if you're new to retroreport, one of the things we're committed to is all of the resources we create for teachers are in Google Docs. We want to make it as easy as possible for you to make a copy and then make whatever changes you see fit. I know as a longtime classroom teacher, I spent way too many hours of my life hunting around for good resources, finding something that was like 75% perfect, and then going, awesome, it's a PDF. I guess I know what I'm doing for the next hour, is recreating that thing. So by all means, go find these materials, make a copy, make whatever changes to make it work for your classroom. We are running a little short on time today, which I'm always even in the classroom I was like this, and over plan and then go, ooh, all right, where do we make some cuts? So as we transition here, a big part of what we want you to learn through the course of these 3 days is how to navigate some of the Library of Congress resources. So no better person to do that than our next guest here, Miss Jackie Katz. Jackie is a biology and chemistry teacher. I know we're going to welcome her, even though most of you are social studies folks, but with open arms, we're going to welcome Jackie as a scientist here. She teaches in Princeton, New Jersey, although for the last year, she has been serving as the Albert Einstein Distinguished Educator on a fellowship with the Library of Congress. So I'm going to turn it over to Jackie, and it's her job to explain how, we've created some great materials for you, but hopefully this programming will also spur you to go find some additional great primary sources through the Library of Congress. So Jackie, you're up.
Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties over here.
You're good now. We can hear you and see the screen.
Beautiful. So thanks for letting me pop on for a little bit to chat about the amazingness that is the Library of Congress and all its digital collections. And I feel that this room of social studies teachers have probably navigated some of these collections before. And like Ryan pointed out, some of the great resources that he's used in his classroom. As a science teacher here at the library this year, I've just had every opportunity to like leave my jaw on the floor in awe of what is here. So I went down a little bit of a Supreme Court rabbit hole to show you some of those resources that hide out on the library's page. So I'm going to walk you through a few of them today and then, sprinkle in a few more over the next 2 days. But I wanted to start, at the beginning, the library's homepage, which has this very enticing search everything bar, which is there and it's very usable, but can be a little overwhelming. So if you were to type in something very general, let's see if I could toggle easily to this page, like Supreme Court, you are going to get a lot of returns. Okay. Available online, there's over 1 million resources that relate to this keyword. So needless to say, you could really be scrolling through these things for a long time. There are some lovely filter features on the side that might help narrow some things down for you. So you could filter by the format, you could filter by the date, you could filter by the location, you could filter by the collection it's a part of, which may or may not be too relevant to you, or the contributor. So there's lots of ways to filter, but I do think it really helps if you can have a more targeted search. So that's what I'm going to point out to you, a few ways to search in a more targeted manner. And we're going to share these slides with you and everything's hyperlinked. So no need to try to recreate the steps we go through now. But oops, I don't know what just happened. Oh, I know what just happened, actually. That was bad. All right. So basically, why are we being weird? Sorry, I'm failing at this. Okay, I figured it out. All right, so one of the things that might be super useful for you is the research guide, or are the research guides that are available online. So research guides are created by content specialists at the library to highlight key resources and also to give a little explanation. So they're the primary sources plus some additional secondary sources to help kind of really flesh things out for you and your students. So in this slideshow, I've linked a few relevant ones. So there's an entire resource guide about US Supreme Court nominations, very relevant to the conversation you are having today. There's also ones relevant to some things you're going to be discussing in the later webinars, but I won't talk too much about those here. And there's guides created by specific divisions. So what's cool about this one is it came out of the manuscripts division. So all of the collections of papers that have been donated to the library live in the manuscripts division, and many Supreme Court justices have donated their papers to the library. So if you want to search through those materials, this research guide is a great way to start. And as you can see, you could look at chief justices, you could look at associate justices, you could see additional resources. And the thing I want to point out on a lot of these pages is this Ask a Librarian feature. There are hundreds of humans at the Library of Congress that know an incredible amount of information and just want to share it with you. So if you're ever looking for a source, don't, spend hours and hours trying to locate a document. Ask the question, and a librarian will usually get back to you within 24 hours And every time I've asked, I've gotten a list of sources. So this is a hugely helpful tool that could really help you navigate these very vast resources. So research guides, ask a librarian. And then I want to point out this collection, which is a web archive. So a web archive is essentially a collection of data, if you want to call it that, that has been scrubbed from the internet. So basically what the Library of Congress does is they scour the internet, think about relevant topics that might be useful for later research, and they pull down those resources in case they change over time. So the library has done this with Supreme Court nomination websites. So if you want to go back to a specific nomination and see what was being posted about this person at that time, you could go to this web archive and you'll see, right? Sonia Sotomayor, Elena Kagan, the American Bar Association. There's a lot of stuff there as well, right? So research guides, ask a librarian, this lovely Supreme Court nominations web archive are all really tools that you could use to pull additional sources into your classes. And like I said, all of these links are going to be available to you so you can navigate directly to them. But that's just kind of a baseline place to start if you're going to dive into the library's pages. I will turn it back to you, David, so you can keep this process moving.
Yeah, thank you, Jackie. I appreciate that. So as we wrap up today, we didn't have time to do breakout rooms, although I promise we will get to that tomorrow. What I would love, because I know to me, maybe it felt different to you, but it didn't feel like an hour and a half to me. But hopefully in this last 90 minutes, you've learned some things, you've seen some good resources, maybe you've had some questions bubble up or ideas. We would love what I just shared, the link there, I'll share one more time, link to the Padlet, just thoughts, reflections, questions on day one. So whether they're related to the nominations and confirmations material, the Library of Congress stuff that we went through, and or general thoughts about how things went today. I'll share my screen one more time here. All right. So tomorrow, we're going to come back for day 2. Tomorrow, our focus is a little bit more historical in nature, and again, a focus on a more specific Supreme Court case. I know today was, especially if you were a history teacher as opposed to a government teacher, as a history teacher, you might have been here going, ooh, I need a little more history today. I think tomorrow will be a little more balance between the history and government portions. So tomorrow we're going to do more of a dive into the Korematsu case, look at some resources for teaching about Japanese American incarceration, before finishing up on Wednesday and looking at Brown and school integration and desegregation. So we'd love for you to come back tomorrow, same time, 2 o'clock Eastern. You'll use the very same link. We'll follow sort of the same format, except we have less housekeeping to do tomorrow. Less saying, hey, here's what we're going to do, and here's what retroreport is, and more diving into here's what the resources are, and then an opportunity for you folks to speak with one another. Quick reminder today, so yesterday was more about processes at the Supreme Court. Both today and tomorrow, we're going to dive into more specific cases and then resources that sort of surround those particular issues. So today will be a little more history focused than yesterday was. We'll be looking at the Korematsu decision, and then issues of Japanese American incarceration and a whole bunch of really powerful and meaningful primary sources that go along with those. So this is also your friendly reminder that the reason that we're able to put some of these together and be able to provide you a stipend for joining us is through our grant from the Teaching with Primary Sources Consortium through the Library of Congress. Other things, just a review of our schedule. We'll start here in a moment with a short lecture from Dr. Mayu. We'll take a peek at a retro report film. We'll then dive into some primary source lesson materials. And then as soon as when Jackie joins us, she'll also take us through some additional things from the Library of Congress and some wonderful ways to check out different collections and other resources as well. And then your job is to learn with us today, learn with us tomorrow, provide us some feedback. I'll be sharing that survey as we finish up tomorrow. And at the end of that survey, you'll tell us where and to whom we ought to send the check. The other thing we'll look at today, as we look at not only what we hear from Professor Mayu, but also the film and materials that we go over, are sort of big picture questions here is, how did the U.S. legitimize relocation and incarceration of Japanese Americans during World War II? And then what methods of resistance and support did Japanese Americans use to deal with this time period of incarceration? And so we'll try to dive into both of those as we examine some of the resources here. So I'll turn it over again to Dr. Mayu. She is a professor both of law and of history at Vanderbilt University, and is gracious enough to join us again today. So, Dr. Mayu, I'll turn it over to you. You should have the ability to share your screen, and we'll go from there.
Okay, so I gather you're going to spend, all of you are going to spend some time engaging with the video, and the video really gives you the first person perspective of some of the Japanese American individuals who were victims of this injustice during World War II and the World War II context, and the kind of that dimension of Korematsu. So since I am a law professor, I thought I would do something which is a little bit different than that perspective on Korematsu, but which is instead to really dive into the Supreme Court opinion and pull out some themes from the text of that opinion that might also be useful ways of connecting this case with things going on today, or other sort of topics in American history that you may cover in your classes. So in law school, we teach basically with the primary sources that we use is the students basically just read Supreme Court opinions, and we just read the opinions and go from there. And I think that these opinions can also be really useful primary sources for K through 12 high school students as well. Unfortunately, sometimes, of course, the Supreme Court justices go on and on at great length. So we have to sort of excerpt the opinions even for law students. And so certainly you might have to do that for high school students. But what I wanted to do with my 15 minutes or so is just dive into a couple passages from the Korematsu opinions and talk about some themes and questions that they prompt. And then hopefully that will, that's kind of a more legal way of looking at the legal significance of the case. And then, of course, that hopefully will complement the other way of looking at this case, which is as, a personal experience of injustice and how individuals experienced that and fought back against that, which is, which is more of a kind of historical way of looking at a Supreme Court case. So I did want to actually also just mention one resource that is useful for teaching about the Supreme Court is this website, oyez.org, oyez.org, which is where I got this graphic from. And that website has a page basically about every Supreme Court case. And for more recent cases, you can actually listen to the oral argument, or like listen to, it's a good way if you want to play in your classes snippets of the oral arguments. But even for older cases, there's always at least some information on that site about what was the issue in the case, and it gives you this nice little graphic of which justices dissented and which justices joined the majority. So it's a good resource that I use that you might find helpful. But that's where I got this image from, which basically gives you a summary of the issue. The legal issue in the Korematsu decision is basically that during World War II, of course, the United States is at war with the nation of Japan, and there was, there was a climate generally of popular racism and bigotry and fear of at the time, pretty significant community of Japanese American individuals and families who were living, especially in the West Coast in California. There was a pretty longstanding community of not just, not really just Japanese immigrants, but actually Japanese Americans who had been born in the United States, were part of families that might have been in the United States for multiple generations, and therefore were citizens of the United States, but were of Japanese ancestry. And so in the context of the United States being, fighting this brutal global war in which the United States and Japan are belligerents, there's a lot of popular, just racism and xenophobia against the Japanese. But there also were rumors, and like within the military and within the federal government, there were these discussions about whether there were individuals in the United States who were engaging in espionage or treason, or were in some way trying to support the Japanese war effort. And the issue in Korematsu is that the federal government, the United States Army basically says, we need to, there were various measures taken. So there was, for example, a curfew issued for all individuals of Japanese descent. But by the time of Korematsu, the government was actually issuing these orders that anyone of Japanese ancestry has to report for relocation, basically to a concentration camp, basically to a facility. These were in kind of, sort of rural areas in the West. And they were like these large sort of, camps with barracks and different, you'll see in the video, I think, some of what this looked like, but basically everyone had to, go there, leave behind their home, leave behind their business, leave behind whatever property they weren't able to physically carry with them, and get on a bus. And for for as long as the government deemed it necessary, they would have to basically be imprisoned in what were essentially kind of these camp-like facilities for no reason other than that they were of Japanese descent. And the military claimed that there was no way to figure out on an individual basis who may or may not be engaged in espionage or sabotage of the war effort, that basically everyone of Japanese descent needed to be treated as per se suspicious and sent to this secure facility so that they wouldn't be able to interfere with the United States war effort. So that was the military's claim. And then the legal issue in Korematsu is, there's an individual, Fred Korematsu, who says, I object to this. This is a violation of my constitutional rights. And so the Supreme Court ultimately has to decide, does this relocation order applying to anyone simply on the basis of this racial or nationality category, does that violate their constitutional rights? Or is it constitutional because it's a matter of, the military says it's a matter of necessity, and in a time of war, should the court basically defer to what the the president is saying is necessary during a time of war. So that's basically the question. That what we would say in law school is that's the question presented in this case, is whether the federal government had acted within its constitutional authority by implementing this order, which applied a legal burden to people on the basis of a classification relying on national origin or race. And normally, well, what I should say is that if you're curious, the specific text or provision of the Constitution that would be at issue in that kind of a case is the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment, which says the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment applies to the states, and then the Fifth Amendment Due Process Clause has been read to also require equal treatment of people by the federal government. And so the question basically, though, is whether this was unconstitutional racial discrimination or whether it was constitutional as an exercise of war powers during a time of military conflict. And as you know, and as you'll discuss further, the Supreme Court at the time decided that it couldn't second guess what the military was saying, that it wasn't appropriate for the court to step in and say that, if the military is saying they really need to do this and it's a matter of wartime necessity and otherwise the United States might lose the war, who is the Supreme Court to second guess them? And so that's what 6 of the justices hold, is that, whether or not you think this was a good idea, it was not unconstitutional, that the government had the authority to do this. And there are 3 dissenting justices, which I want to talk a little more about. But that's basically the holding of the case, as we would say in the law school, is that this exclusion order requiring all Americans of Japanese descent to show up and get interned in a concentration camp on the basis of their national origin was a lawful exercise of the government's constitutional powers. And so that's a 6-3 decision. The majority opinion is written by Hugo Black. And in retrospect, everyone now looks back at this and says this was one of the worst decisions in Supreme Court history. Part of that is just because I think often in hindsight, it's easy, it's easier. We can look back and say, well, this was clearly just about racism. There wasn't really any military necessity going on. In this particular case, though, we also later, historians later uncovered evidence, this is also covered in the video, that in fact, the federal government at the time had people within the administration who knew that the government or the military was exaggerating or was lying about whether there was actually any threat to national security posed by the Japanese American community, and that there was evidence being, or there were, debates about this within the administration that were never disclosed at the time to the Supreme Court. So to the extent that the military was telling and the federal government went to the Supreme Court and said, you don't have all the facts because there's secret classified information that only we have to act to protect national security, and you need to trust us that there really is a national security risk here. We now know that that was basically not true. And so in this case, for a variety of reasons, we now look back and say, oh, this was a huge mistake and a huge injustice that the Supreme Court sort of rolled over and legitimized rather than serving as a check on the executive branch. Nevertheless, the opinion itself has a lot of interesting passages in it. And so that's just what like I said, I wanted to just spend, a couple minutes highlighting a couple passages from the opinion that might be interesting for you to pull out and use in your own teaching. And then I'll send you on your way. And I think my crew is here mowing my lawn outside, so hopefully that won't interfere with the sound quality too much, but let me know.
You're still coming through just fine. You're good.
Okay, good. All right, so these are just the 3 quick snippets I want to note from the actual opinions in Korematsu, which you can easily find in a variety of places online or in anthologies of famous Supreme Court opinions or what have you. One thing I want to note is that Korematsu, weirdly, even though the decision in Korematsu has been repudiated, the actual legal test that the court applied in that case remains basically the test that the Supreme Court uses for evaluating government policies that classify on the basis of race. I think Korematsu is a good illustration of the role of dissenting opinions at the Supreme Court. And so I want to quote a little bit from one of the dissenting opinions to show you. And then, of course, the larger theme, legally speaking, in Korematsu, there's this real question of, during a time of crisis, the executive branch, the president and the military, they're always going to say, we have to act quickly. We have information that you don't have, and we might need to do things that look like a violation of rights, but otherwise it's a matter of national security, and sometimes individual rights have to be sacrificed in a time of crisis. And that's always what the executive branch is going to say. And so the courts often don't want to second guess that, because it's actually true that the courts obviously don't have access to all of the classified top secret information that the military might have. The courts are not military generals. They don't, they're not experts in that kind of thing. But nevertheless, Korematsu really raises this question of, should the courts feel more, how confident should a court feel that they can serve as a check on what the government is doing, even in a time of crisis? So those are the 3 points I want to just hit really quickly, and then send you on your way. So the majority opinion in Korematsu, if you read it, starts out by saying that all legal restrictions which curtail the civil rights of a single racial group are immediately suspect, and therefore courts must subject them to the most rigid scrutiny. So this has subsequently been highlighted as basically the first time that the Supreme Court used this kind of language, that racial classifications have to undergo rigid or strict scrutiny, meaning that a court has to look at that policy and has to say, well, is this just about racism, or is there some real reason of national security or some real emergency or some reason why you just have to classify people on the basis of race? Because ordinarily, of course, in a democratic society committed to equality and equal treatment under the law, it's not thought to be appropriate for the government to be classifying people or treating people differently on the basis of race. So that test still is the test that the courts use for any policy that involves a racial category being used in government policy. And even though we now look back at Korematsu and say the government got the wrong answer when applying that test to the facts, because it wasn't true that there was any necessity that was requiring treating Japanese Americans differently than anyone else, the test still remains the same, right? If that makes sense. And so, for example, when the Supreme Court issues its affirmative action decisions that we're waiting on possibly tomorrow, or I think next week at the latest, I would not be surprised if you see similar language to this in those opinions, basically on all sides, because everyone at the Supreme Court agrees that the principle is something that mostly is not disputed, which is normally the government shouldn't treat people differently on the basis of race unless there's some really, really exceptional situation that requires it. And the disagreement in Korematsu, as well as any other case that might come up is often not about that principle, but rather about the facts. And like, is this actually a situation where it's justified to violate that principle that normally everyone should be treated equally without regard to race or national origin? Okay, so that's one piece of language that actually comes out of Korematsu and has an important place in constitutional history as an early statement of that legal test, even though the outcome of Korematsu has now been repudiated. The second point I wanted to note about Korematsu is just the role of dissenting opinions. So of course, at the Supreme Court, each justice decides how they want to vote, and there are often situations in very contentious cases where you get dissenting opinions, where there are justices who write separately and say, I do not agree with what the rest of the court has done in this case. And for teaching purposes, these opinions can often be really useful to assign or to excerpt for your students alongside the majority opinion, because you can often show your students that it's not just that we look back in hindsight and think that the court got this wrong. Even at the time, there were people who argued or recognized that the court was getting it wrong. And so there are 3 dissenting opinions in Korematsu, but I just want to highlight some language from the opinion of Justice Murphy, who was a member of the court at the time, who basically said, the court is just legalizing racism, that the only reason that Japanese Americans are being treated this way is because of racism. And he did not believe, he said, the military has not actually given us any evidence that there is a necessary, that this is necessary. He said, this is basically just racism. Of course, we have to respect what the military is doing in a time of war, but they also have to give us some documentation to support what they're doing if it involves violating individual constitutional rights to such a degree. And he said, I don't think that they came into court and gave us proof that they really needed to be doing this. And we shouldn't just be rolling over and kind of, letting them tell us, oh, you don't question us. This is just something we have to do. So what you can see with the juxtaposition of the majority opinion and the dissenting opinion is that everyone basically agrees potentially that military necessity could require some curtailment of individual rights, but the majority is much more willing to accept that there is some military necessity for doing what the government is doing in this particular case. And that there are some dissenting justices who say, look, I don't think the military is doing anything necessary. I think this is basically just racial hysteria and paranoia, and we, the Supreme Court, shouldn't be legitimizing it. And so that relates to the third theme that Korematsu raises, which I just want to end on, which is this question about if you look throughout history, and not just in the United States, I think this is true in any, government, but there's always this temptation during times of crisis to relax civil rights, civil liberties, to relax the kind of checks and balances between the different branches of government. And it raises this question, certainly Korematsu does, and you see this in other episodes of, how should we navigate times of crisis? Because of course, after the crisis is over, or after the war is over and we know how it all turned out, it's easy to look back and say, well, how could they have been so deferential to the government? But, when you're in the midst of World War II and you don't know how World War II is going to come out, and you don't know, you don't have all the information, it's easy for us to say, oh, of course I would have been one of the dissenters, but we don't know. I mean, right? It's hard to know. So I think this case can be related to other episodes in US history, like the violations of civil liberties during World War I, or post 9/11 in the context of the war on terror. And your students, of course, will remember living through the COVID pandemic. And, I think in any time of crisis, there are things that the government does that the government wouldn't do in normal times. And so I think it's useful in any time, in any moment, to kind of step back and say, how can we make sure that we're allowing the government to respond to crises that arise without just sort of rolling over and giving up on the constitutional rights and protections that we depend upon. And Korematsu certainly is a very potent illustration of that theme, but I think that the issues raised by this case can be related to other issues that have recurred throughout American history. So let me wrap up there, and I'm happy to take questions for a minute or two, and then I don't want to take up more of your discussion time, but.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Mayu. If there are questions from folks, please feel free to put them in the chat. One of the things as you're thinking about questions you might have, I do want to note great fortuitous coincidence, but a number of the excerpts that Dr. Mayu pulled out from that decision are actually in one of the lessons that we'll share. So I do appreciate the note of, hey, even for law students, our primary sources are reading these cases, but even for, folks who are on the cusp of being attorneys, oftentimes we need to shorten those up, right? We need to find excerpts. I will share some excerpts that I've pulled out both from the majority and then two different dissents for you that are part of one of the lessons. Stephanie has a great question, says, are there any SCOTUS decisions that offer guidance on how we should navigate civil liberties in times of crisis? What are some of those other cases we can point to beyond Korematsu that help us answer this question?
Yeah, well, there's a few different, so one set of cases are these free speech cases that come out of World War I. And so a famous one is called Abrams versus United States, but there's a whole series of World War I era free speech cases. There's a bunch of cases that come out of the post-September 11th global war on terror questions around Guantanamo and executive detention. And so some of those include a case called Hamdi versus Rumsfeld, and then a case called Hamdan versus Rumsfeld. And, there's a lot of different opinions across all of those cases that you can find articulated in both the majority and the dissenting opinions about these questions. But I think that, unfortunately, I don't know that there's any Supreme Court cases that offer guidance in terms of giving us any sort of, I think, we have to figure out what to do about these questions, because I think one lesson of each of these episodes is that historically the pattern seems to be that the courts maybe don't do a great job, or the Constitution even doesn't serve as a super robust protection in times of crisis. That it's very tempting for the people who ultimately are the sovereigns in the United States, and for the elected branches of government selected by the people, and for leaders. It's very tempting in times of crisis to sort of lose sight of constitutional rights. I think I don't think that has anything to do with if both parties do this. I don't think it's something we can say like is particular to any political viewpoint exactly. I think it's just a difficult question that history poses that I don't know if there's any answer, but that's important to discuss with students, which is, how can we, is there any way we can, I don't know, what should we be doing to try to step back and say, okay, like this is a scary time, but nevertheless, can can we think sort of clearly and rationally and subject claims that the government is making to testing and ask for evidence? And I think that the court in some ways I think the justices want to think that they look back and learn from these prior mistakes, but I think each new crisis, of course, looks different. And you say, well, this crisis really is a big, issue. And so, I mean, I actually think if you want to juxtapose in an interesting way, there's also a series of cases that came out of the COVID pandemic, which if you want to kind of scramble the politics of this a little bit, which I think is always good to do, where you did have actually a lot of the conservative justices on the current court who said, there's a public health crisis, but that doesn't mean that we just should roll over to what the government is saying. And it's also important for people to be able to go to their houses of worship and be in community with, the government can't be shutting down church services if it's allowing liquor stores to remain open. Like, what's the rationale for that? And I actually think those cases have some interesting language, which relates to this question. It's not about the military, but in that case, it's about, to what extent do we just defer to public health authorities? So it's a similar question of, and that's a crisis. I mean, that's an example where you see, like, because I would bet a lot of us have maybe different prior, were more willing to say, oh, well, like that public health crisis, I defer to public health expertise. And, I think there are serious questions about, like, what are the limits of that? So I think there are a lot of different episodes you can pull out throughout both more distant and recent history that have food for thought or fodder for discussion about these questions. But I don't know that there's any sort of template where I would say that the court has gotten it exactly right.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate the context again today. And then we'll transition to looking at retroreport film and some other examples. But I think that sort of central question of how do we find that balance between liberty and security, whether that security is from an outside foreign invasion threat. If we look at the 9/11 era, sort of less or more amorphous threat of the war on terror, or things like public health emergencies. These are all great things for your students to try to grapple with. And I know one of the book recommendation I put in the chat, a book by former Chief Justice William Rehnquist called All the Laws But One, Civil Liberties in Wartime. Is one that you might read, you might disagree, you might agree with, but they're also, I can't remember, I'll have to look who coined this phrase, but said that especially in times of war and in times of national security issues, the Constitution is not a suicide pact. That adhering to the Constitution, if it means the possibility of the nation ceasing to exist. That the court often is very deferential here, and I think we can see that at different times in history during times of war, and then plenty of debate not only in the moment but definitely after the fact, and we definitely see that with the Korematsu decision. So thank you again, Dr. Mayu. We will see you again tomorrow to talk about school integration and busing. Excellent, thank you. All right, so trying to pull all those things together. I want to just address one issue. I know there's been strong feelings in the chat, which is good. It's good to have robust debate. I do know that sometimes trying to hold that debate in the chat or in a internet message board or comments after an article might not always yield the results that we want to. I do think it's very much a fact that that when students learn about this period in history, they will make comparisons between Nazi concentration camps in Europe and make a comparison to Japanese American incarceration. I think that's a pretty natural comparison, at least to start with, right? We know there are a few similarities there. I think where you take that and where your students want to take that and how they want to analyze it will depend very much on the type of documents, the type of resources that you end up pointing them to. So those are things that you'll want to keep in mind as you're selecting materials, reviewing materials to put in front of students. Is what sorts of things are they reading about? What sorts of things? What perspectives are they getting? And how might that influence what their thoughts are or what their conclusions are at the end? All right. I'm going to share my screen again here. We're going to take a look at an excerpt from this retroreport film. Let me get my screen all ready to go here. So here, this was a film we produced a few months ago. The title is kind of a long and rambling one, and I'll make a point about the title as well. But here, how a 1944 Supreme Court ruling on internment camps led to a reckoning. And here, I know one of the things that came up not only in the chat, but in terms of comparing how this is talked about over time, the difference between internment, incarceration, concentration. These are things that you'll want to go over with your students. I know Carolyn Smith, who I know from some other things, put a great resource in the chat. I think it was an article from the LA Times. Carolyn, if you have that and can put that in again for folks, I think that's a great place to have your students start. There are a lot of terms that are used that have some overlap and will create confusion for your students. For a long time, we referred to these as internment camps. And Japanese internment was the term that was used sort of over and over. If you talk to people who were interned, Japanese Americans who were forcibly removed, most commonly today, they will refer to that period as Japanese American incarceration. And here I'm not entirely sure the exact difference between internment and incarceration. I was looking up some definitions as the professor was going over her presentation, and it's like, oh, people who are interned are incarcerated, and it's like, well, that doesn't help. But here, if somebody else posted some resources from the Korematsu Institute, and somebody had a picture with Karen Korematsu, so that is the daughter of Fred Korematsu from the Supreme Court decision. I've had the opportunity to meet her a few times. I was doing some work for PBS a few years ago. I had the opportunity to interview her in a webinar format like this. And she's a marvelous person. She's very insistent on referring to this as Japanese American incarceration. And so because of that influence, the resources that you'll see from retroreport, at least the classroom resources, that's the term that we use to refer to this. All right, so let's take a look at a chunk of the film.
Change goes slowly. We had to rewrite history in a sense and promulgate the true history of what happened to Japanese Americans.
In 1941, Yae Wada owned and operated a hair salon in Oakland, California.
This is our shop. That's me. I was very young. I'd say about 18, 19.
But when the Empire of Japan bombed Pearl Harbor,
a surprise attack born of infamy,
Yae began to realize that some of her fellow Americans would treat her with suspicion.
We looked in the mirror. We looked exactly like the enemy.
There were reports in the press.
wild and absolutely false stories that there had been acts of sabotage or espionage. Japanese Americans who were signaling to submarines off the coast with flashlights, and that allowed the government to cast them as dangerous alien enemies.
Now, take it easy, Jimmy. Who said anything about the Japanese taking over California?
He did, didn't he, fellas? He sure did.
But as anti-Japanese American sentiment rose, along with suspicions about their secret loyalty to the enemy,
My father talks to Tokyo every night on the radio.
Yai believed that the government would not take drastic measures against people like her.
I was an American citizen. I said, they might call me in, they might ask me for some papers, and I had my birth certificate, I had my driver's license. You know, it's the only country we knew. You were born here, you were raised here, you go to school here.
But just months after Pearl Harbor, Yai saw the notices posted on telephone poles.
Instructions to all persons of Japanese ancestry.
She learned that she, her family, and 120,000 other Japanese Americans would have to abandon their homes and be imprisoned in internment camps.
We could take anything we wanted as long as we could carry it.
On the way to their designated camp, named Topaz in the Utah desert, Yai and her family were made to stay in a repurposed horse stable.
I told my father, Papa, I'm not going to go in there. I am not a horse. The first thing we saw was the barbed wires, and that scared me. I felt very betrayed. But the only way to prove loyalty was to do as they said. So I did.
Some Japanese Americans refused to do what the government said, like 23-year-old Fred Korematsu. A welder born in Oakland, Korematsu hid from the authorities and had facial surgery to change his appearance. But he was ultimately arrested.
I didn't feel guilty because I don't think I did anything wrong. I felt that I was an American citizen and I had just as much right as anyone else.
From Topaz, where he was imprisoned, Korematsu appealed his conviction, charging that internment based on race was unconstitutional, not just for him, but other Japanese Americans, like Dale Minami's family.
My parents knew that they were not saboteurs or spies, and yet they were taken away with my then one-year-old brother, who obviously posed no threat to this country. My parents felt ashamed.
Dale Minami's parents, Sam and May Minami, were imprisoned in Arkansas during the war. He says their hopes lay on the outcome of Korematsu's case, which ended up before the Supreme Court.
Public opinion was very much against Japanese Americans at the time. But the Supreme Court is supposed to be devoid of all of those different influences, and it's supposed to dispense justice without passion or without prejudice.
But in 1944, the Supreme Court ruled against Korematsu and dashed those hopes.
The core of the court's decision was political, that they had to uphold the president during a time of war. It affected me deeply about my sense of justice.
By the 1980s, Dale Minami would become a leading legal advocate in the emerging redress movement, which sought cash reparations and an apology from the government.
The trauma of being uprooted left me confused and with a deep sense of personal loss.
The stage was set by the civil rights movement. African Americans who were demanding their rights inspired and ignited the imagination of Japanese Americans to push for their own rights.
Monetary reparation, but at least be symbolic recognition of the wrongs and injustice which I suffered.
In 1982, Minami got a call from lawyer Peter Irons, who'd made a shocking discovery deep in government archives.
It was a memorandum from a Justice Department lawyer, Edward Ennis. And Mr. Ennis said, I have obtained records all showing that no acts of espionage or sabotage had ever been verified. And I found more records backing that up. It was one of those holy cow moments.
The government intentionally withheld the evidence proving the falsity of these charges from the Supreme Court.
This secret memo to the Attorney General from J. Edgar Hoover saying military claims of espionage were investigated and were unfounded.
Okay, so let's take a look. Let's take a look at some of the resources. So here, as we navigate through, I think I showed you this very briefly yesterday, but the retroreport education library. So here you can search through different subjects, through different topics. You can search by name or keyword here, and then or you can scroll through all sorts of different films. The difference here is on the education side of our website, which we're looking at now. All of these films have some classroom resources ready to go with them. We have 150 plus additional films that aren't yet in our education library. It doesn't mean those aren't great for the classroom. It just means we haven't yet created some classroom resources to accompany them. And what we're checking out here are a number of resources in our US Supreme Court collection. So the ones here at the top, this was the film that we looked at yesterday. Here's the film that we looked at today. And here we have two different resources, two different lesson plans and accompanying activities that go with them. So the way I sort of broke these up, the one that's called Legacy of the Korematsu Decision, that's the one that's probably a little more focused on the civics and government angle, and Japanese Americans incarcerated. That one is I would argue is probably better used of the two in a history class. And here, this is, I know somebody, either Caroline or Isadora, had just shared the video page. You can find that here as well. Some other things to note about retroreport resources. Actually, I don't know if I turned it on, but we do, all of the films are closed captions. The important thing to know here is retroreport, we upload our own caption file. If you've ever tried to use the auto caption function on YouTube, you know it's a hot mess most of the time. So we don't do that. We don't leave it up to YouTube to figure out what these folks are saying. We upload our own script, which is also timed for folks, so it shows up correctly. We also, on each of these video pages, you can find a transcript as well, if that's something that's helpful for your students, or an additional way to access that information. And so here, what you'll find are, those lesson plans and student activity resources. So we'll take a look first at the more history-focused lesson. And again, I know we saw this from Ryan sharing some resources yesterday, but for our purposes, our vernacular, lesson plan is the teacher-facing document. It's here's what you need to know, how you might use this in your class, what the essential questions, objectives, resources, all of those things are. And then the activity is the student-facing document. So this is, again, all of these are in Google Docs, but this is what you would make a copy of, if you use Google Classroom or Canvas or Blackboard, or even just want to print it out for students. This is one way you can do that. The way that this lesson starts is with a wonderful image from the Library of Congress, right? So here, it has students examine this image. You saw this image as well in the film. The way that this activity goes, you would start with this image, they'll see it again in the film. But here, using that See, Think, Wonder protocol from the Library of Congress, in the chat, what are some of the first things you notice? What do you think students might see if you told them, hey, take a look at this photo, tell me what it is that you're noticing? Hopefully you can see it large enough. Yeah, it's pretty hard to miss the sign, right? Okay, I am an American, a pretty declarative statement, not a whole lot of wiggle room there. Okay, and now as we keep going, okay, so a car, what do you think your students might do with that? All right, so local business. Yeah, one of Detroit's finest. Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, so here with this car, that might help give some context of, okay, when was this photo taken? What can we try to figure out from this? Okay. Anything else that's popping out to you from this photo? City setting, grocery front, right? We see fruits and vegetables. What are some of the things your students might wonder here? Ooh, Middle America, these are great. Yeah, Wanto. Yeah, and here, obviously, that the Wanto Co might be like, wait a minute, what is that? I'm not sure, at least from my perspective. Wanto, I don't know if that immediately signals to me like ethnicity or background. I mean, maybe someone with greater background knowledge than me, maybe it does. But to me, Wanto, I was like, not something I've heard of, but I can't exactly place it, right? White and Pollard, right? There's a whole bunch of things here. Okay. Yes, and I think the focus on when was this taken, what's happening here, this is a good image to begin to bring those ideas and questions out. Okay. Well, here, so you can have students go through this observe, reflect, question protocol. You can then have students go to the Library of Congress source, right? Where it tells us this is from Oakland, California, March of 1942. Okay. It says the I Am American sign was placed in the window of a store at 8th and Franklin in Oakland. It was placed there on December 8th, the day after Pearl Harbor. So here, after having your students understand the context, saying, well, what questions did the source information answer? But then what new questions might you have, or what might students have, right? And then this film, there's a handful of short questions to go with the film. This, like I said, this resource, this particular lesson is more focused on some of the historical background. What can we learn about Japanese American incarceration and the experiences of those who were removed from their homes? The other thing I always like to say when I show snippets of this film is when we first see Yai Wada. Normally when I do this at conference presentations, I say, okay, don't do any math, but tell me, based on just the snippet of seeing Yai Wada, how old do you think she is? Or ask your students how old they think she is. And I think oftentimes, well, students are terrible at guessing ages. I know, I mean, I've always been an old soul, but my very first year teaching when I was 22, and my middle school students were trying to guess how old I was like, yeah, Mr. Olson, you're probably 50. And I'm like, wow, screw you. Thanks a lot. But here, looking at Yai Wada, I think most folks would go like, I don't know, maybe 80, 85. She's 102. She's just an absolute amazing human being that, I always think it's worth pausing the film and asking your students that. All right, so moving on to some more primary source documents here. The next thing, next place this has students going is to some more Library of Congress resources. This time to examine, there are a whole host of archives connected to newspapers that existed in these camps. So here, this first one has students go and analyze some editions of the Manzanar Free Press. I chose this one in part because the Manzanar Free Press, it had the most issues of any of the newspapers in the camps. And so here, as you scroll through the calendar, what you can see here is these different dates that are highlighted. These are the different issues. So this is showing us 1942. We can skip ahead here to other years and then choose different dates to analyze. So you can either pick one in particular to send your students to, or give them free range to say, okay, go examine the issue. Here they can click on the images of those issues in sequence, and here it's best to click on them, and then they can navigate and zoom in, so they can actually see and scroll around. They can actually, I mean, they're really good images, really clear, to where students can very easily on their own devices read these actual newspapers. So here has students go through and analyze some of the some issues from the Manzanar Free Press. And then the next thing I want to show you here, I'm a big fan of interactive maps. This is an area where I would love retroreport in the future to do some new creation with. But if you're unfamiliar with what are called story maps, they're really excellent resources. So story maps essentially use like geographic information system data to be able to annotate maps and then present really cool presentations essentially on a website that includes primary sources, secondary sources, maps, embedding all sorts of different things. So here, there's a wonderful story map that's already been created by the Library of Congress that looks at these internment camp newspapers. So it's called Behind Barbed Wire. So here, this is linked right in the resource. Okay. So here, as we scroll through, you'll see a whole bunch of great images from the Library of Congress. And then hopefully I don't make anybody too ill here. As we continue to scroll through, there's some interactive map data, right? So this very first one shows us where folks were evacuated from. So this is using the last available addresses of the 120,000 people who were forcibly removed from their home. So here you can see, and it's a heat map. So this will tell us the density of these locations, right? So largest concentration in and around San Francisco and the Bay Area, Los Angeles, Seattle, but even in other parts of the country, we had Japanese Americans who were removed and sent to incarceration camps. And then you can take a look here at sort of the next stop for folks, right? At these assembly centers. You can click on individual ones and it will tell you what kind of center it was, who operated it, when it opened and closed, and then where were the most likely actual internment camps where people were sent, right? Then as we go through, you can actually navigate here up on the top as well, and go through and look at different examples that you'll see in the newspapers. So different collections here. So we can go to Manzanar, Topaz Times, Heart Mountain Sentinel. There's no sound for this portion, just so we're clear on that. And then you can have students analyze different aspects of life in these camps, of different sports and sports reporting that happened during in these newspapers, focus on religion, on education that occurred within these camps. This one is definitely one of those that is sort of heart-wrenching here. Life went on for people who were incarcerated in these camps. There were births, there were deaths, there were marriages, and some of those things were captured in the newspapers that the communities produced. So you can see not only some great images, but explore different birth and death announcements and things like that. So some really great resources here for students to dive into with this one. I will show you a couple other examples of really great story maps. These ones are listed on the lesson plan as well, and I'll also share them out directly with you. But Densho is kind of the big organization that advocates for Japanese Americans and has done a lot to preserve not only memories but primary sources and documents and images of this period of time. And here, this is a map that shows you. Here you can look at different facilities, different camps. You can look at different places where people were removed from or sent to that you can toggle between. The other thing I like here is you can even look at particular family journeys of where did people go as they were removed from different places, what camps did they end up at, and sort of trace it that way. So this is a really interesting resource. This one I would say definitely needs some direction for students, how they might navigate through. And then what I think might be the most comprehensive story map that exists related to Japanese American incarceration is this one called Justice Deferred. And this one takes us from Executive Order 9066 all the way to sort of post incarceration and what we call the redress movement that comes later. So here, this is another one I encourage you to go through and explore. This one has quite a bit more information about the camps, and then, like I said, even some follow-up looking at the legacy of the camps. One of the cool things here, they have some of these slide across images where you can see a number of these places are still administered by the National Park Service, and you can see sort of the remnants of these camps that are still there today and how they influence the geography and topography of those locations. Okay, the other thing I wanted to show you here was the legacy of the Korematsu decision lesson and activity. So this is one that's, like I said, a little bit more probably government focused, although definitely aspects of this, especially the first chunk, that you could use really well in a history course as well. So here, it starts with students analyzing Executive Order 9066, then has some questions that goes with the film, and then as Professor Mayu was talking about, some excerpts from the Supreme Court decision itself. So here, there's an excerpt from Justice Black's decision. So I just pulled out 3 different short paragraphs. You can also send students to the full opinions. They're all linked right here on the document. And then some excerpts from both Justice Jackson and Justice Murphy's dissenting opinions. Again, these are short excerpts, but designed to give students an idea of what were the key arguments and how were they making those justifications either for or against Korematsu. And then one of the things I hope you noticed here, and the professor made mention of it as well, is that one of the things that makes this period of time really, well, interesting, I don't know, it's something I like to learn about, and I love learning about the Supreme Court, how cases get there, what the arguments are. This is one of those cases where we have the actual evidence to show that the US government made knowingly false arguments before the US Supreme Court. Okay, and there's reference to it in the film. And then there's a whole series of cases and litigation that comes after this. But essentially, there's these 2 different memos. One comes from Edward Ennis, who's in the Justice Department, and one from J. Edgar Hoover. Now, most of the time, I'm guessing if you're teaching about J. Edgar Hoover, it's probably something like, underhanded and sinister that this guy is up to. In this particular case, it's not. In this particular case, J. Edgar Hoover is sending a memo to the Attorney General saying, you're going to go before the Supreme Court and talk about people signaling ships or radio communications. And this is Hoover saying, there is no evidence that the FBI has that any of this has occurred. Okay. So here, this is a memo that students can look at. They can go view the full memo here. We have the citation and original sources, And here, this is the Ennis memo as well. There's some different excerpts here where essentially Edward Ennis tells his boss, you should not make this argument in front of the Supreme Court because you are wrong. You're going to tell them we have evidence of sabotage and we do not. These are things that are not discovered until years later, until the early 1980s. And then they become part of what we call the redress movement. And this ultimately leads to the payment of reparations to Japanese Americans. So those are all things, the portion of the film that we didn't see covers that as well. But yeah, this is some really amazing primary sources, some great things to dive in and check out. All right, I'm going to pause there and see what questions you have. So here, if there are questions you have at this point, I do know one of the questions you may have, because I've seen it in the chat a couple times, is, are you going to share some of these links that people have been sharing in the chat? Yes, I'm going to capture the chat. I'm going to share any of the links that folks have shared out. And yes, as a longtime AP Gov teacher myself, I think it's odd that Korematsu is not amongst the required cases. But yes, as Aaron pointed out, there are definitely places, if you're teaching AP Gov, where Korematsu belongs, right? Separation of powers, issues of civil rights and civil liberties. I think this is one of the 15 most important cases in US history, but the bigwigs at the College Board did not happen to agree with me. I also think they should get rid of Schenck and put in Brandenburg, but that's a story for another day. Also, at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Jackie Katz, who's going to share a bit more with us about navigating some primary source materials and the Library of Congress. So, Jackie, did I give you enough warning?
Yes, I love it. It was perfect. I was totally nerding out watching you show story maps. So what can I say?
Excellent.
Awesome.
Right.
Well, thank you, humans, for letting me back for another day. I do want to quickly just kind of recap what we chatted about yesterday, which was the idea of using research guides to help have a more targeted search as you navigate the library's website. And I know we were a little tight for time, so I just kind of want to retrace my steps for a second. So to find those research guides, you want to navigate to that researchers tab on the library's home screen, right? We talked about you can use the search everything, but that really means everything. And, you know, a general word search like Supreme Court could give you a million returns. But the researchers tab is going to give you a bit more of a targeted approach. And in this case of the concepts you're talking about during this webinar, the law library might actually be a good place to go. And I know I heard David mention that links will be shared, and these links are all in the slideshow that I'm going to share with everyone, so no worries there. But once you get to the law library's homepage, you could find lots of different things here. So you could find all their research guides. You could also find a link to their blog, which is also searchable. And I think this is a great way to find curated sources on a topic, because the historians in this division are going to write blogs about certain topics, highlighting sources in their collections. So in the slideshow that is going to be shared with you, I point out a few of these that might be useful related on the topics being discussed. So you'll have links to these blogs to get you started. But again, they're nice, like curated sets of primary sources with accompanying explanations, which could be nice for you for background research, and also at a reading level that most high school kids take that back. A good number of high school kids could probably manage. You could also probably adjust the reading level for all of your students as well. So the law library page is going to be specifically useful to you. And I also think the teachers page is going to be particularly useful to you. So if you, sorry, I gotta toggle with my Zoom screen, that's a little in the way. So if you're back on the library's homepage and you navigate to the teachers page, again, here's where you could find more curated materials for your classroom. So in this case, if we look up something like civil rights, you're going to see that there are sets already created of primary sources that might be useful for you. So I believe there's also one, let's see. There we go, right? Japanese internment in America. This is going to give you 18 sources related to it, some of which are included in the lessons David was showing earlier, as well as additional teaching ideas for your classroom. So just different ways to incorporate primary sources and helping you avoid having to do too much deep diving on the library's website yourself. So researchers page is useful, teachers page is useful, and I think those are great places to start to get more curated sets. If you're on a hunt and you want to locate your own specific primary sources, another part of the website that might be really helpful for you is kind of a more hidden part of the website. So if you find yourself scrolling down a bit, there's this exhibitions tab, and you may or may not realize that the library sets up digital exhibitions, which again are curated collections of resources on a given topic. And it's less obvious how to find these, but you have to navigate to the exhibitions tab, okay? And you could search all exhibitions and you could see that there's a host of exhibitions on lots of different topics, okay? And if I remember correctly, there is one that would be pretty relevant to your discussion for tomorrow on Brown versus Board of Education. And again, you get the nice combination of primary sources that your students can analyze along with expert analysis of those sources. So I think the exhibitions part of the website is very underutilized. So I would highly recommend poking around there and seeing what's around. They're not necessarily as interactive as the story maps David was showing earlier, but they do convey a similar amount of information, which I think is really cool and very useful. Oops, I keep doing that. Me and this slideshow man are not friends. And then there's one more thing I did want to point out that might be useful, right? So we just saw the exhibitions page, and you could, of course, keyword search the exhibitions or just navigate through all the topics. Another sort of slightly hidden, underutilized part of the collection, I'm gonna have to make everyone smaller here, is in this hidden more tab. And that's our Veterans History Project, which if you haven't heard of before, it's basically an effort made by the library to collect the stories of veterans and peoples affected by war. So there's really a wide range of primary sources in this collection. And something useful for the conversation being had today is found in the Serving Our Voices collection. And if you explore this collection, you're going to see that there's a subset called Diverse Experiences in Service. And in that, there are, let's see if we can, okay. There's a lot of different topics to look at here. But what am I looking for? Still scrolling. Let me go back to my slideshow. Sorry. Too many tabs. But one very relevant to you is going to be our Asian Pacific Americans going for broke, which are going to highlight Asian Pacific American efforts during World War II. And again, this is hearing it from the mouths of humans that were involved. So it could be an interesting piece to layer in. I find that oral histories are really engaging for students. So there's a ton of options here for you to poke around and consider including in your classroom. So research guides, like we talked about yesterday, primary source sets, which we saw on the teacher's page today, and then of course, all those great digital exhibitions and the Veterans History Project are just a few of the resources that might really be relevant to your conversation surrounding these three videos on Retro Report. But I think I'm going to turn it over to David, but if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. I'm sure I can answer those for you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Jackie. What I just put in the chat is a Padlet to try to capture, your thoughts, questions, ideas, takeaways from what we went over today. I will say I love learning from Jackie and learning about the Library of Congress materials. As I was going through plenty of stuff that I had no idea existed, I did find one of those links. There was a list of all of the story maps that the Library of Congress has created. And I was like, oh man, I could spend all day in here. So yeah, some wonderful things. And I also know that both yesterday, today, probably tomorrow as well, are a little bit of the drinking from a fire hose situation. A whole lot of resources that we've thrown at you. My hope is that we've at least planted some seeds and that you'll have all of these resources at your disposal as you go back and either prepping for new classes, looking to overhaul existing or tweak existing classes, or things that you can share with colleagues. Yes, the fire hose is a much better one than trying to do PD drip by drip. If I may just spend an hour and a half, you better get something out of it, right? You better go, yeah, I came away with some resources. Maybe some questions, maybe some emotions and things like that too. But hopefully the end result of your participation here will be, yes, you've got things to look at, things to go back to, things that can be yes, rabbit holes to get lost in, and things that are of benefit in your classroom. All right, with that, I'll give you another couple minutes here to make some reactions, capture some things on the Padlet. I will do my best tomorrow to actually give you some time with other teachers. Nicole and I are going to work on that because she's on tomorrow sharing her resources. Our goal is to give you some time tomorrow to meet a couple other people in the room and to have a short discussion about how you might use these some of these resources in your classroom. Okay, and with that, your friendly reminder is that tomorrow we will be back here at the same time using the same link. And tomorrow our focus is on the legacy, aftermath, and debate around really Brown versus the Board of Education. You'll see that the Retro Report film sort of takes Brown a little further in sort of the next case in that sequence, or one of the next main cases, which is Swann v. Charlotte-Mecklenburg School District, to look at if the court says schools need to be desegregated, Swann is that one of the first main efforts to say, well, how do we actually do this, and what can we implement to try to make this happen? And so looking at those issues of school integration, desegregation, and again, as Retro Report tries to do, connecting past and present. So I know some of the resources that Nicole has put together will have us look at, well, what is the state of school integration today? How are things different than they were in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and how have those things progressed over time? Okay. So like I said, tomorrow we'll be right back here, our last day of professional learning. And my hope was that that you got some things out of today, and some great resources to come back to. With that, I'll tell Caroline to stop the. For our last meeting, we're going to focus on the issue of historic and contemporary school desegregation and integration. So we have a retro report film to share that looks at the aftermath of Brown versus the Board of Education, how that plays into Swann v. Charlotte-Mecklenburg School District, and then what we're looking at today with this issue of school desegregation and integration. So that'll be where we land. I'll introduce her in a little bit, but Nicole Fraser is the teacher who created the materials that we'll be sharing today. At least in my opinion, she did a marvelous job, and we're eager to share those with you. This is also your reminder that we feel like I got to read those ads, right? So this is made possible by the good folks at the Teaching with Primary Sources Consortium, who provided us with a marvelous grant in order to be able to pay some teachers to create materials, to provide you a stipend, all of those sorts of things. And then, speaking of that stipend, like I said, all of the materials that we're going to share or that we've created, we're going to be sharing with you. In order to receive the stipend, here's what you need to do. At the conclusion today, we're going to share a survey with you. That survey will ask you what you liked, what you didn't, what you thought went well from this series. And then at the very end, we'll have you put in information where we can send you a check. So it's a pretty low bar for what we're hoping for, to be able to provide you with that stipend. We hope you've enjoyed learning with us, and then we definitely want some feedback, because we plan to be able to offer great professional development programs in the future, and your feedback lets us know how we can do that better. So that's the plan for today. Our essential questions as we look at these materials: number one, how successful was integration and desegregation after Brown? And number two, what were some of those unintended consequences of Brown and the cases that came after? And where does that leave us today in 2023 with the state of school desegregation and integration? So with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, because for the last time, we're going to welcome in Dr. Sarah Mayu, prof of both history and law at Vanderbilt University, who we already touched base, and she's like, yes, I have some connections to make with the Students for Fair Admissions cases and the materials that we've talked about already. So Dr. Mayu, I will turn it over to you.
All right. Well, let me see if I can find. It's definitely, I'm getting this thunderstorm, so hopefully I don't disappear in the midst of my presentation, but greetings from Nashville, where we're about to have some severe weather, I guess. So I am excited to join you for the last day today, and I understand that you'll be discussing Brown versus Board and a case called Swann versus Charlotte-Mecklenburg, which both of which I actually spend a lot of time on with my law students at Vanderbilt when I teach constitutional law. So these are, I think, super interesting cases. And really, Brown versus Board in particular is kind of the foundation of modern constitutional law in a lot of ways, and a lot of what we think about in terms of the role of the Supreme Court. So I think you'll learn a lot, and there's a lot to dig into when you get to that part of the program. But I wanted to pivot and spend my time talking a little bit about the breaking news of this morning that actually relates to all of the topics of these programs this week, which of course is that you've probably gotten the alerts that the Supreme Court had these cases on its docket all year about the admissions policies of both Harvard College and the University of North Carolina, which they issued their decision today, holding that the way that those two universities took student race, sort of these racial categories that students would check off when they applied to college, the way that the universities were using those racial categories, the Supreme Court held violates the Equal Protection Clause, and therefore can't be, that the universities can't keep doing what they've been doing. And this, of course, in some ways, I actually think there's some ways in which I think there's a lot of, well, let me say this. Most universities, most higher education institutions in the United States are basically not institutions that have selective admissions, you know, community colleges and regional public universities. A lot of the universities that the majority of students attend in terms of numbers do not use these kinds of admissions policies anyway already. And so I think in some ways, the media focuses a lot on these cases because they have to do with these very prominent, prestigious, elite, selective universities. But most students don't attend those kinds of universities. So I think there's one way in which we could say, you know, this is an important decision in terms of the law surrounding affirmative action, but it's, we shouldn't, you know, we should keep in mind that Harvard is a very, very small sliver of the higher education landscape anyway. But on the other hand, of course, this decision does have a lot of significance more generally for giving us some insight into how the current Supreme Court is thinking more generally about questions of racial justice and equality and the meaning of constitutional rights and kind of individual versus group rights, if you want to think about it that way. So I think in that sense, this case has a lot of importance that transcends the specific institutions that are involved in this case and tells us a lot about where we are today in terms of the Supreme Court's thinking about race and ethnicity and equality and constitutional rights. So since this relates quite closely to what we talked about yesterday with Korematsu and what you'll be talking about today with the legacy of Brown versus Board, I thought I would just note a few really quick observations about the opinions that the Supreme Court handed down today. I recommend that you can go to SCOTUSblog.com, which is an independent website. It's not affiliated with the Supreme Court, but they are certainly the go-to resource for assembling all of the primary documents, all of the opinions, as well as getting experts to comment on the opinions and explain what is going on and kind of translate the decisions into, like, here's what this might mean for you. So it's a resource that both is intended to be a public resource, but also that lawyers and experts really rely upon as well. So if you want to dive deeper into the opinion or follow tomorrow, I'm sure they'll post a roundup of op-eds and commentary from various news sources and things like that. So if you want to dive deeper, I would recommend going to SCOTUSblog.com on your own. I still need to myself go through this 230-page opinion more closely and make sure that I've picked up on all the nuances myself, because of course it just came out this morning. So this is just a very quick preliminary, here's some bullet points that relate to what we've been doing this week. I'm happy to try to answer a couple questions, and then I'm sure we'll all have ample opportunity to learn a lot more about this decision in the coming days, as every news outlet is going to be pumping out reporting and commentary. But the basic holding in the case, as I said, this is what we would call the holding, the kind of takeaway legal conclusion that the court came to, or that a majority of the justices came to, is that Harvard and UNC, which actually have, you know, there's a lot of factual differences between Harvard College, which is a very, which is a private university that has a lot of resources to kind of assemble a small class out of a huge applicant pool. And the University of North Carolina, of course, is a public university. And there are some factual distinctions that come into play in terms of in-state versus out-of-state applicants and the different, you know, public universities tend to be much larger and they're processing larger numbers of applications. So there are a lot of factual distinctions between the two universities, but what they both were doing in one way or another is that at some point in the process, it was known to admissions officials how students identified on the basis of race, and that they were taking those racial categories into account in some way in constructing the freshman class that they were admitting. And so the Supreme Court held that because race is generally not supposed to be used by government institutions, or in the case of Harvard, by private institutions that are getting certain forms of public funding that have a condition that you're not supposed to take race into account. The court held that both of these admissions programs, as the court said in this quote that I have on the screen, are not permissible under the Equal Protection Clause because they lack sufficiently focused and measurable objectives warranting the use of race. They employ race in a negative manner. They involve racial stereotyping, and they lack meaningful endpoints. And so all of those things are, the court has said in previous cases, not permissible under the Equal Protection Clause. Now, I want to step back and note that, like I predicted yesterday, I said, remember, I think when the affirmative action cases come out, you might see a reference to Korematsu as the first case that actually laid out this rule that any governmental classification on the basis of race must satisfy very strict judicial scrutiny. And indeed, Justice Roberts's opinion today in these affirmative action cases does have a footnote to Korematsu, which he refers to as the infamous case Korematsu, because of course now Korematsu has really been repudiated and discredited in terms of the outcome, which is that the Supreme Court permitted the internment of persons of Japanese ancestry. And Robert says, we have since overruled Korematsu, recognizing that it was gravely wrong the day it was decided. The court's decision in Korematsu nevertheless demonstrates vividly that even the most rigid scrutiny, like even when the Supreme Court looks at a policy, right? If they're not suspicious enough of what the government is doing, they might fail to detect an illegitimate racial classification, and that any retreat from the most searching judicial inquiry can only increase the risk of another such error. So this footnote, it might seem odd that I'm focusing on a footnote, right? But actually often the Supreme Court puts important ideas in footnotes. I don't know, for whatever reason. I think you have a really nice crystallization here of one way of understanding the lesson of Korematsu. Now, I say one way because there are no, history does not have lessons that are like 2 + 2 = 4, right? There is room for debate about what we today should learn from the mistake that the Supreme Court made in Korematsu. But one way that the conservative justices on the current Supreme Court, as you see in this footnote, understand the lesson of cases like Korematsu is that anytime the government is using racial categories, it's always going to say there's a good reason for it. And at the time, the government is never going to say, we're doing this because we're evil, racist people, right? They're always going to say, there's a necessity for doing this, or this is a matter of national security. And so the courts, if you look back and you say, but then in hindsight, we always look back and say, oh, that was a big mistake. And so what Roberts is suggesting here with this note about Korematsu is, of course, the University of North Carolina is going to tell us it's categorizing students on the basis of race for a good reason. They're not going to say they're doing it because they want to be divisive or racist or because they want to foment division or whatever. They're going to say it's for a good reason, that it's necessary to expand opportunity or what have you. And so Justice Roberts says, we, the court, can't just accept what the government is telling us. The lesson of history is that any use of race, even if it might seem like a good idea in the present moment, is something we should be very suspicious of. Now, the dissenting justices in this case, such as Justice Sotomayor, Justice Jackson, and Justice Kagan, are the three justices that dissent. And they would disagree with that characterization of the lessons of cases like Korematsu, because what they would say is, and not just them, but there are other justices historically that have made the argument that it's not actually true that all uses of race are equally suspicious, and that it's in fact possible for people today to tell the difference between the government using race for bad purposes and the government using race for a good reason. And that affirmative action, in their view, is a benign use of racial categories, that it is a type of use of racial categories to expand diversity or expand opportunity that you can just tell it's not the same thing as Japanese internment, right? It's not the same thing as segregation. It's actually the government trying to use race for a good reason. And so their view would be the court doesn't need to have this knee-jerk suspicion of all uses of race, but rather it's possible to exercise judgment and tell the difference at the front end, and know at the front end, are we looking at another Korematsu situation or are we not? And I think that's a very interesting, I'm not going to say who I think is right or I think that's an interesting debate to have among yourselves and with your students, because the argument that Roberts would make is, or Justice Thomas has made this argument as well, is that the lesson of history is that you have to be really humble, and everyone always thinks they're doing the right thing in the present moment. And maybe the lesson of history should be that we should just recognize that all uses of racial categories never end well. And so we need to just stop using them altogether, versus the view of Sotomayor or Jackson or Kagan, which is, which was articulated in earlier cases by Justice Ginsburg and other justices who have served on the Supreme Court historically, was that actually some uses of racial categories make sense as a response to historical discrimination, and other uses of racial categories are in fact simply just about racism, and that it's possible to tell the difference. So what you see, I don't know, this is all just buried in this one little footnote, but I think it hints at this way in which the legacy of cases like Korematsu continues to be contested, and it has real meaning legally, and it has real consequences for people's lives, which interpretation of the history you adopt. The other case, of course, that the Supreme Court argues about still today in all of these cases about affirmative action is Brown versus Board. And you're going to talk more specifically about ongoing debates about the legacy of Brown versus Board in the K through 12 context in the rest of your program today. But you see it basically anytime the court decides a case about race in any context, they're always in some way also debating the meaning of Brown versus Board. This quote I always use when I teach. It's from a book called The Schoolhouse Gate, which is a history of all the Supreme Court cases that have to do with education. And it's Professor Justin Driver, who is a professor at Yale Law School, writes that Brown versus Board of Education is the most revered judicial opinion of the 20th century, in no small part because different readers ascribe radically different meanings to the decision. So everyone celebrates Brown versus Board, whether you are Chief Justice Roberts or whether you are Justice Thomas or whether you're Justice Jackson or whether you're Justice Sotomayor, no matter what else you might disagree about. Everyone agrees Brown versus Board was the greatest moment in Supreme Court history, but they all think that that's because they all think that Brown versus Board means something slightly different. So they all are pulling a different thing out of Brown versus Board that they're celebrating. And you're going to see that when you talk about, debates about busing and what different sides of the busing debate were understanding Brown versus Board to require, but you also see that in the affirmative action cases as well. And so I'll just end by posting a few kind of terminology vocab terms that you see often in these discussions, and actually these terms pop up in the affirmative action case decided today. These are terms that kind of originated with academics, but now have become increasingly widely used to characterize these debates about Brown versus Board. So one view, which is often called anti-classification, an anti-classification understanding of Brown versus Board. But the justices, so like Justice Thomas, for example, wrote his opinion in today's case at length defending the term he uses is colorblindness, but this is the view that I was referencing before of Justice Roberts, or shared by Justice Thomas, which is that any racial classification, for whatever reason the government says or claims that they're doing it, is just inherently risky, suspicious, something that history teaches us to be skeptical of. And that you cannot, if you want to eliminate racial discrimination, you just have to rip the Band-Aid off and say, you just can't use these categories anymore at all. Because even if you think you're doing it for a good reason, anytime the government is categorizing people by race, people then think of themselves in terms of these racial categories, and it just perpetuates the divisiveness of the categories. So that's one view. And then there's a view that often gets labeled the anti-subordination understanding of Brown versus Board, which is instead the view kind of Justice Sotomayor in her dissent today, which is that some racial classifications are bad and other racial classifications are good if they are trying to remedy a legacy of hierarchy or racial inequality. And if the government is trying to take a subordinated group and elevate that group, and that's why they're using race, then that wouldn't be necessarily problematic in the view of Sotomayor. The reason why everyone can point to Brown versus Board and try to say that it supports their theory, even though these might seem like very opposite theories, is that in Brown versus Board, there was no tension between these two understandings of constitutional equality. Because in Brown versus Board, the government at that time was operating segregated schools that were both classifying children on the basis of race. So there was classification going on, and they were also subordinating Black children in a hierarchy where they were being sent the message of that they were inferior. And so there was subordination going on as well. So if you just, at the time of Brown versus Board, you say, look, well, whatever the government's doing is bad. It's a violation of the Constitution. And over time, you get different cases that instead scramble these categories in different ways. And that's why over time, there increasingly becomes disagreement about, okay, we all agree Brown versus Board was correct, but how does that apply to, now we're in the 1980s, what should school districts be doing? Or now we're in 2023, what does Brown mean today for a public university, for example? So I know this is a lot of detail and terminology, and so it might be something you want to keep chewing on beyond this short snippet, but I just wanted to highlight a couple of ways in which, by studying cases like Korematsu, Brown versus Board, you can really give your students context that is very concretely present in these more recent Supreme Court cases. And you can then read that Supreme Court opinion and say, oh, look, here they're talking about Korematsu, or here they're talking about Brown. And you can see how these debates about history actually still have real practical significance for how the law is getting interpreted today. So I'll wrap up there. And if you have a couple quick questions, I'm happy to try to field them before you transition.
There's and I'll try to summarize some of the questions and then sort of bridge a few of them. The first one, which I know you and I very briefly talked about before others joined us, but the sort of carve out or exemption in the students for fair admissions cases that does not apply to service academies. There were some questions about that. I don't know if you have any insight or thoughts on that piece.
Well, I can only, I don't know. So what we know that in earlier affirmative action cases, there were some justices that were very persuaded by amicus briefs filed by the military who said, well, in the context of service academies, in the context of promoting people within the military, it's actually a matter of national security that the military is diverse, and therefore they need to see diversity in their leadership so that there's camaraderie and, that there's not, so that there's a feeling within the military that everyone can rise to leadership positions and things like that. And the military says, look, that's actually a matter of national security in some sense. So I think what's going on in this case is that the dissenters say, look, the majority is itself putting national security. You always want to say your opponent is in some way putting national security at risk, right? That's always a good debate tactic. So if Justice Sotomayor says, look, we know that the service academies need affirmative action, I think, therefore, probably what happened is Chief Justice Roberts was like, I need to respond to that. Because, they circulate their opinions back and forth a few times when they're drafting them. So if someone makes a point in the dissent, he can still go back and edit his opinion and say, oh, let me respond to that. And what he says, and there's this footnote where he says, look, this case is not about military issues. This case, there's no party to this case. Harvard is not a service academy. The University of North Carolina is not a service academy. So he says, we're not deciding that. These universities weren't telling us that there was any military necessity for what they were doing because they're not military service academies. So, if and when we have another case where West Point wants to come and say, we have to use race in our admissions policy because of a different reason, then that would be a different legal argument, and the Supreme Court can decide it if and when that arises. So I think, often the Supreme Court likes to make clear what it is and is not deciding, and it only decides the case that's in front of it at the moment in our system, right? It moves case by case. I don't know that that may never come to anything, because it may be that, what you would need someone to somehow come up with another case. So I don't know what West Point's admissions policy looks like exactly today, or whether they're going to change it in response to this, or whether but what you would need is for then someone to challenge the admissions policy of a service academy, and then for the service academy to come back and defend it as a matter. So that's all hypothetical, whether this would really come to anything. But I think it just you see this often in Supreme Court decisions where they just want to be very careful about making clear if they don't think that anything they're saying today necessarily dictates an outcome in a different set of facts that could arise in a different case.
My last question here is going to be a synthesis of a handful of questions I've seen in the chat, but it connects to Brown, to Korematsu, to this affirmative action case, to others. Where do you see this idea of using race either for good or for nefarious purposes. Where do you see that idea having a future in the Supreme Court? Somebody had brought up Shaw v. Reno. I know we already saw this term, another case that looked at redistricting with race as a factor. Where do you see this issue of taking race into account, and how that will be used by the Supreme Court going forward? And did today tell us anything about that?
Well, it's certainly still an issue, and there are areas of election law. There are areas of you know, I don't actually think this case. So I don't think the outcome of this case is was that surprising to me, and I think we have known that these are the views of Roberts for a long time. I think now, I guess we learned that to the extent that there was any question about whether some of the newer justices like Kavanaugh or Barrett would, what would they do in a case like this? I think there was some genuine, I know colleagues in the law school world who said, we're not really sure what Kavanaugh might do in this kind of a case, because he actually, in his career as a circuit court judge, for example, engaged in a lot of outreach trying to hire diverse clerks for his own chambers, which frankly, a lot of the liberal justices haven't always historically done. So there are some reasons why maybe we now know more concretely than we did before how each of these new justices stands on this type of a question. But I think this is basically the direction everyone thought that the Roberts court was going, because I don't think any of the ideas in this opinion are new. It's just that now they have a majority vote behind them, so they become the law. But as far back as a case called Parents Involved, which was one of the first cases that Roberts decided when he joined the court, and that case was from, like the mid 2000s, had to do with K through 12 policies of student assignment in the Seattle schools and in the Louisville schools. And he said in that case, which was many years ago now, the way to stop discriminating on the basis of race is to stop discriminating on the basis of race. And he said in many cases, his view, I think, and the view of some of the other justices is that there is nothing good comes of treating people on the basis of race, that ultimately it just further perpetuates these categories. And so I think that there's areas in which we might see some slight differences of emphasis or differences of opinion in like criminal justice and voting, things like that. But I don't know. Yeah, I wasn't that. This was kind of what I was predicting would happen, but it's I guess always, you never know until it happens. But I think this case is sort of the culmination of where things have been going in many ways, rather than a new departure.
Excellent. Thank you so much for joining us. Again, thank you for joining us across these 3 days, providing some historical and legal insight for us, and today sort of tackling news that's only a couple hours old. So I appreciate that quite a bit. And I know we're pressed for time. We got a lot of things to go through, and there were questions we didn't get to, including Awesome. I love you, buddy. Awesome. Gafar in the chat had 17 questions for you. Maybe he'll find your email and shoot them to you separately. But we really appreciate you joining us, and we're gonna shift now. We're gonna talk a little bit about the retroreport resources connected to the affirmative action case, and then shift back over to the resources for the day. So thank you very much, Dr. Mayu.
Thank you.
All right. So as promised, we've got a retro report for that. We've got some really good resources here. This is a film which we'll share the link to in the chat that has some classroom resources ready to go. This film, which we released last fall, is about this very case that was decided today. And so it's a 12-minute film. I'm not going to show you a clip of it today, but I encourage you to go watch it. I will say that we are looking to update. Yes, Amanda just asked. This has been an internal discussion this morning at Retro Report. The goal will be over the course of this summer to update the film with the outcome of the case, and then I will likely go back and update some of the materials. This one does have a full lesson in student activity along with a couple other resources. So here has students go through and watch the film, look at these arguments in support or opposition to affirmative action that come up in the film. Also, one of the super nerdy things I enjoy learning about when it comes to the Supreme Court is amicus briefs. So there's a great short article about what is an amicus brief. I know Professor Mayu made reference to it, and it comes up in the film as well. Justice O'Connor, who writes the opinion in Grutter v. Bollinger, basically says, I was swayed by amicus briefs from military academies and Fortune 500 companies. And so here, I think, if you're teaching this in the context of a government class, figuring out, well, what is an amicus brief? Why do people file them? How does this actually make a difference? There's an excerpt I've provided here from Grutter v. Bollinger, and then some questions about Justice O'Connor and her reasoning. The other thing, and you heard this come up a bit, is we have these very short little videos about, well, what is affirmative action? And even more nerdy and down the rabbit hole, when we're talking about affirmative action, came up in prior cases, came up today, of this idea of strict scrutiny. So we have a short little video explaining what is strict scrutiny. What do we mean by a compelling state interest? What do we mean by something being narrowly tailored? Again, you're probably only going to use these not only with high school students, but probably higher level high school students, because these are kind of in the weeds ideas. There's also an activity with this that takes students through sort of those three levels of scrutiny: that rational basis level, intermediate scrutiny, and then strict scrutiny. So again, very much in the weeds, but things that can be helpful. If nothing else, especially those of you who are high school teachers, this case today will have an impact on the students who are in your class, right? One way or another, issues of affirmative action in higher education, those are going to have effects on just about every high schooler across the country. So I do hope that we're providing you some resources. Go check out SCOTUS blog, go read, do your homework, all of those things, because my guess is your students will have questions about these issues and this particular case when you come back in the fall. All right, with that, oh, actually, I did not mean to stop sharing screen because I have to introduce her first, and then we got to watch a short little clip. But we are joined now. Our next educational expert and teacher extraordinaire is Nicole Fraser. Nicole joins us from Rockford, Illinois, where she is a high school teacher of AP Government, Civics, Economics, like 47 other things. She teaches all sorts of stuff. She is a former C-SPAN teacher fellow and also a 2021 James Madison fellow. So she is well learned in the world of civics and American history. So the clip we're going to watch today. So this is our film, Why Are Schools Still Segregated? The Broken Promise of Brown v. Board. This is a film that has been in our library for quite a while, and it just got an update. Like within the last 2 weeks, we updated this film. This is something we try to do at least on a somewhat regular basis or when it's warranted. And so this was a film we wanted to, we hadn't touched it in 5 or 6 years. We wanted to go back and look and figure out, what sort of updates are there to the statistics or to these ideas of school integration and desegregation. So we're going to watch a short clip, and then I'm going to turn it over to Nicole. She's going to walk you through all the wonderful resources she created to go with it.
In 1954, the Supreme Court ruled in Brown versus Board of Education that schools divided along racial lines were inherently unequal. But over the next decade, only about 1% of blacks in the South ended up attending integrated schools. Arthur Griffin was among the students affected by the slow pace of change.
My elementary schooling was all black. There was a morning session from 8 to 12, and there was an afternoon session from 12 to 4. Because it was overcrowded, we had those two shifts. My high school was all black. We had old books, we had old football uniforms, and had old band uniforms. This went on for years.
This inequality in Charlotte led to a federal lawsuit. When the Supreme Court ruling finally came in 1971, the effects rippled across the country.
A unanimous Supreme Court today affirmed the principle of busing school children to desegregate schools.
In fact, the court said almost anything was all right if it served this purpose.
The effects of this decision are almost incalculable.
How many are going to keep their children home? Home, not on a bus, nowhere but home.
Charlotte's desegregation program had already been set in motion by a federal judge a year and a half before.
The people of this community will not accept nor comply with these oppressive orders.
What happens if the school board should bring legal action against you for keeping him home?
I guess I'll get free board and meals.
To keep whites in the school district, most of the students who were bused were black. The students sent to West Charlotte High, the pride of the black community, were an exception.
Immediately when the decision was made that white kids would now be bused into West Charlotte, it was like a community joke. Like overnight, the gravel parking lot was paved. The athletic facilities in terms of the football stadium, basketball, gymnasium stuff was upgraded. It was like overnight someone had written a check for $1 million.
That first year was not an easy one, as black and white students found themselves under a microscope walking down halls with other races for the first time.
I had come from this lily white neighborhood, and I never knew that there was so much color.
West Charlotte High School used to be all black, and during that first year there was racial fighting and boycotts by some whites.
Students were injured during some of the incidents as tension between black and white students grew.
It had always been a black school, and they had very much pride, which I understand. You know, they were proud of their football team and proud of their cheerleaders and proud of their majorettes. Because I was a majorette, I had 5 girls jump me one day. It was very unsettling. I didn't realize that there were good things to come. It was just going to take time.
It has been 3 years since the Supreme Court handed down its historic decision requiring extensive crosstown busing of students in the Charlotte-Mecklenburg school system. In fact, attendance for the first day was near a record for the public schools.
I don't think the parents adjusted to the integration as quickly as the kids did, because we were down in the trenches dealing with each other day to day. If you look at it as a battle being fought, we were the ones that were actually the soldiers.
All right. So, all right, I'm going to stop sharing here. That one is, like I said, is just a quick snippet of this. Wanted to make sure we carved out enough time both for discussion about the Supreme Court case today, along with the long promised breakout groups, which we will get to. But for now, I'm going to turn it over to Nicole, and Nicole's going to share some of the wonderful resources she created to go with this. Nicole, the show is yours.
All right, excellent. Let me just get my screen all shared and all of that fun. It's been a while since I've had to share, so bear with me a little bit. Okay, so I hope that my screen is showing the activities.
Yep, you're good.
Okay, fantastic. So really simply, if you guys haven't had a chance to watch this video, really looking at the legacy of Brown and how do you actually, desegregate and integrate with due diligence. It's absolutely fantastic, and this is the one that I have used in my classroom. I really like to, whether it's looking at US history or in my government classes, really kind of focus in what the long-term consequences are, especially that you're not sure of like, okay, so we make this decision, but what's going to happen in the future? So in the lesson that I put together, I have questions that kind of help guide students throughout that video. A lot of it is using the resources that are already kind of on retroreport, but kind of expanding a little bit more with this idea of looking at the intended and unintended consequences of the Brown case. So after kind of going through that and really starting to give students a little bit of that background, we start with a picture that everybody kind of knows for Brown, which is the wonderful picture of the, I'm so sorry, I'm a little nervous, so thank you guys. Is the picture of the mom and the daughter in the front of the court. And when I use this image, I talk to my students and I kind of go, okay, when we think of Brown, was it a success? And just like was brought up earlier, a lot of people go, yeah, Brown was a success. Look at our schools, we're integrated, we are diverse. But how did that happen? And how fast did that happen? Using the Library of Congress website, I was really excited for the second source that I'm going to kind of show, because this is one that was featured on their exhibition for the Brown After 50, which again, I'm so excited that we have the Library of Congress here to help with kind of searching. But this map in particular is really what I focused on, because starting with that image, we start with that familiar, is Brown a success? But then we look at this, which is the segregation citadel, unbreached in 4 years. So when you say Brown is a success, how long does it take for these changes to happen? What kind of issues are there? For each of these documents, I also utilize the Library of Congress, their kind of primary analysis breakdown, which is looking at the what do you observe, reflecting, and then going into the questions that they have. This is the same kind of template that Library of Congress has to really help with going through and looking at the different resources and getting students a chance to really look. When they think of Brown, a lot of them are familiar with, yes, it was a success. But when you show them these maps, it starts to get them to think about, well, what does success mean? The intended consequence was that schools are going to be integrated. But looking at this map, we can see that that wasn't necessarily what was happening right away. This is also a great way to then connect it to the retroreport video, looking at the busing and how in Charlotte-Mecklenburg, you had busing become how they were trying to make this. Where I teach, my district actually had their own segregation bus case. In 1994, Rockford was sued by the People Who Care in order to make sure that our schools were integrated. Now, it didn't make it to the Supreme Court. It's just an Illinois state court thing, but it's still something that I can connect to my students. And so during the 90s up until 2010, unlike the quota system that they use in Charlotte, we had a lottery system. And so students would apply and put in for the lottery for what school to go to. Then in 2010, they found, just like they did in Charlotte, that we didn't need to do the busing anymore, that neighborhoods were diverse enough. Now, if we look at the zoning in Rockford, which is something I do to really bring in the local to the retroreport to the Brown case, we can kind of see that, yes, neighborhoods are diverse in some cases, but it's really the fact of how this school decided to draw the zones for the 5 high schools that we have, which is really where we find that integration and desegregation. The very last resource that I have for this one, I also really like, because it brings up the idea of redlining, that as a teacher, if you kind of want to use Brown as kind of a jumping board for other ways the segregation kind of happened, is a great tool, where we look at this political cartoon, again, using that same kind of structure of the observing, the reflecting, the asking questions, and comparing the inner public school versus the suburban heights. And this, again, allows for so many avenues for students to ask kind of questions, for teachers to kind of take Brown outside of schools only, and really looking at how the case impacted civil rights as a whole. The very last part of this one is this website that I found that really looks at where segregation is today. So taking this idea of is Brown's success? What were the intended and unintended consequences? And looking at where we are now. And so this website breaks it down where students are able to kind of explore looking at racial and ethnic groups, but it also goes into looking at the segregation by income. It also looks at the types of schools, so getting into private versus public, the traditional schools within districts versus the charter and the magnet schools, really allowing for students to, again, keep in mind that question of how successful was Brown? What were the intended and unintended consequences? And really, what is that legacy of Brown? So that was the first one that I put together, and I want to make sure that I'm being mindful of time. I have everything on the top. I don't know why it's up there. There we go. So the other lesson that I put together, I also teach AP government. So anytime I can put together an FRQ, I'm going to. So for this one, it's looking at Mendez v. Westminster, which is a case that happens before Brown, allowing students to kind of again see what cases are leading up to it. Just like Ryan did, we have the identification, we have then the explaining in the last one, and then at the very end we have the scoring rubric. Again, anytime that we can have resources like this for an AP teacher is absolutely fantastic, and again connects to the consequences of Brown and that legacy. The very last part kind of is really exploring the different political cartoons, because I have an absolute love of political cartoons, and anytime I can get students to really look into imagery and how it's being used is fantastic. Again, I utilize the Library of Congress kind of observe, reflect questions, looking at different ones. So I have this one set up as 2 different worksheets for students, with one with the idea being that a teacher can model this, analyzing the political cartoon to try and figure out what that author is thinking, and really guiding students through the steps of looking at the cartoon. The other part of it, we have a total of 4 different cartoons that students, again, can kind of look at and kind of compare. What are the messaging? The cartoons are from different time periods as well. And so looking at how much has changed and how much hasn't. Looking again at that legacy, what are the intended and unintended consequences of Brown, and how is society still kind of looking at it? Is there anything else that I should cover?
No, that's excellent. I want to point out here what Nicole did is we've embedded the cartoons on these documents, but as you can see, they're also the direct links and the way to look at them larger, right? Again, at RetroReport, our goal is how do we make things easy and adaptable for you to use? So you can make a copy and share this directly and use it as an activity. You can go, oh, I want 2 of these 4, but here are the links. I can put them up, I can print them out in my classroom. I can put them up on the screen, any of those sorts of things. But I think the several different ways that Nicole has created to get at these issues, not only the historic issues, but the contemporary connections between document analysis, image analysis, interactive maps, all of these sorts of things, I think gives your students a really good, well-rounded look at these issues. So thank you very much, Nicole. I appreciate it. And I know the teachers do as well. Excellent. All right. So we're going to have our last little chunk. Hopefully her internet will hold out, but Jackie Katz is back with us one last time to share just a couple more new, or not new, but resources that she hasn't talked to you about from the Library of Congress. So Jackie, are you still here? Oh no, she had texted me and said, oh, I'm having some Wi-Fi issues, and so yeah. Oh, Jackie, did I not? Here we go. I can make you. Give me a second. I think when you showed back up there, I didn't remake you a co-host, but I can change that. Okay, now Jackie should be able to talk to us and show us some things.
Yay, thank you. Awesome. Well, thank you for letting me pop by one more day. There are a few more gems on the library's website that I think are relevant to this conversation about the Supreme Court that I just want to bring to your attention. And from the chat, it looks like some of you are aware of some of these resources. But under the Library of Congress's umbrella, because we are the research arm for Congress, sits congress.gov. And congress.gov is a place where you can search for bills that have been proposed as well as passed. And I think the coolest part of congress.gov is the idea that here is where you will find the bound congressional record. So essentially the transcript of what's being discussed on the floors of the Senate chambers and the House chambers. And like some of the conversation, especially like, I mean, now and historically, is quite interesting to just think about what arguments are being had and what they're talking about. And there are a lot of instances of conversation surrounding topics that the Supreme Court is also ruling on. So it's a cool place to just dig into. Congress.gov, you could do a keyword search. You could limit it to current Congress or past Congress if you're looking at maybe a time frame from one of the specific cases that were explored in these webinars. And you could look for legislation. You could look for that transcript, that bound congressional record. There's just a lot of options here. And from this homepage, you can also navigate to the Congressional Research Service. So that's a division at the Library of Congress that essentially does research for Congress people. So they write white papers for Congress members about any number of topics, and all of that is open source. So you could see the same information that the Congress people are seeing, and it gives students exposure to academic papers, which is kind of cool and crazy and a little scary for students, but also a great learning opportunity for them. So you could go directly to this webpage, or you could get there from right here on the congress.gov homepage. So that's definitely a cool option as well. Last but not least, I have to point you to my favorite source, which is Chronicling America, which is a collection of historical digitized newspapers that are keyword searchable. And they just added Massachusetts. So they're constantly adding new papers to this collection. And it's incredibly powerful to search and see how the same topic was being discussed in different locations, how conversations surrounding a topic has changed over time. And the staff in the serials division have organized some articles based on topics. So you could always go to this recommended topics list and select a specific topic. So there are definitely guides connected to civil rights and Japanese internment. And there's a lot of things you can look at yourself and also go to these pre-curated sets. So if you don't know chronicling, which I feel like a lot of you might already know chronicling, like dive down a chronicling rabbit hole. It's super interesting. And then there's a specific collection, which I think came up in one of the Retro Report lessons, of papers that were published specifically at internment camps. So that's what we're seeing here. And so you could see what was being talked about in these camps by the people imprisoned there. And you could compare that then to the same topics being discussed in some of the other newspapers of the time. So it's a really cool sort of collection. And again, all of these links are coming your way, so you can navigate to each of these collections, as well as the collections we talked about in our previous sessions. But I think that kind of summarizes what I wanted to show you. So we looked at the research guides, we looked at the digital exhibitions, we looked at congress.gov and Congressional Research Service, and then of course, Chronicling America. And if there's anything I could ever do to help you find a source, feel free to reach out. Or do remember, if we go back I will point you, it's on one of these pages. Our Ask a Librarian feature is amazing. And I'm sorry, I'm making you all dizzy as I go back. The Ask a Librarian feature, if you can't find something, click on that, ask your question, and some super knowledgeable human at the LOC will pass information your way. So I thank you for your time and letting me dive into your very interesting conversations that you've had over the past couple of days. So I will turn it back over to you, Dave.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Jackie, for joining us over the course of 3 days here to fill us in. I know we've done professional development stuff before. We've done all sorts of different types of programming, but this is the first time I've brought in somebody like Jackie to say, hey, we also need his help navigating this really important tool. And so I really appreciate you taking the time to do that with us today. All right, so as promised, I want to give you folks time to actually talk to each other. My guess is that over the course of these 3 days, you've had some ideas, you've had some thoughts about using things in your classroom, and you've had some questions that may have bubbled up. I also here doing my best to take suggestions from people and use some of that real-time feedback. And I noticed on a couple of the Padlets that we've done, there have been people who've said, hey, I want to talk to some other middle school teachers, or I'd love to be able to talk to other high school history or government teachers, that sort of thing. So the breakout rooms, here's how they're going to work. As soon as I open them up, we're going to spend about 15 minutes in breakout rooms. And what's going to happen is you are going to choose the room that you want to go to. I am going to trust and that you've had enough experience with Zoom that you're going to choose wisely and spread yourselves out. Here's what's going to happen. I've set up 3 rooms that are labeled as middle school. So there's middle school 1, 2, and 3. I've set up 5 that are labeled as high school government, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 4 that are labeled as high school history, and then 2 that are labeled as general. So if you're, if you're an English ELA teacher, or if you're, geography teacher or something, I'm gonna let you be the expert and decide where you want to head. But we'll spend 10 to 12 minutes. I'd love it if you can, introduce yourself really quickly. But then here, the other thing I need to share, give me a second here, is the link to the Padlet for today to capture some of those thoughts and ideas and questions. Any chance one of those can be Ace Piece? Sure, except I have a feeling that's going to be a popular group. So I'll make an AP Gov group. All right, so go ahead and here, the room should be open. You can choose. We'll call you back in about 12-15 minutes. But yeah, I'd love for you to be able to have a conversation with other fellow teachers. The important thing is spread yourself out. We don't end up with 25 people in one room. If anyone needs instructions on how to join, let me know. I'm happy to help guide you there. This is also one of those, I feel like this is one of those major design issues with Zoom. I always hate trying to get into the self-selecting breakout rooms because you think you're going to click it and then somebody else joins and it pushes it out of the way. Maybe that's what's happening to, 30 of you right now.
Dave, it looks like a few people in the chat might need some help joining a room.
Okay. So if you click on breakout rooms at the bottom, you should see the different rooms that are an option. If you, let's see, way too many people joined the AP Gov one. I knew that was going to happen. If you have a specific room that you can't quite get into, let me know what room in the chat and I'll throw you in there. So Evangeline, Teresa, Tanya, Shauna, if you folks have a
It's not
request.
letting me into anything. It
Okay.
won't even come up and show me the breakout rooms.
Okay, what kind of room would you like to go into, Evangeline?
History is fine.
Brilliant. And then you disappeared.
Not even giving me the option.
Okay, now
Thanks.
did it show up?
Yep, I'm good.
Excellent. Excellent. If anyone else has a preference, if you want to go to a middle school, high school history, high school government, general, you can unmute yourself, let me know, and I'll send you there.
David, it keeps not allowing me to join a group, even though it starts me going to the breakout group, but
Okay.
it doesn't complete.
What
So
kind of room would you like to go to, Monique?
any of the middle school rooms will be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, now I just got to find you. Oh, it says middle school 2 not joined. Weird. All right, try now, Monique. Did it prompt you? If anybody else is having issues, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and let me know where you'd like me to send you.
Okay, finally it let me unmute, David. I need to be in a middle school room. It's Stacy.
Okay. Hopefully it shows up. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Janine Tuning here. I don't see the rooms listed. Can you tell me where I can find them?
It should be down at the bottom under more, but what kind of room, which room would you like to go to? And I can send you there, Janine.
One of the government rooms, AP is fine or not, whatever.
All right, off you go.
David, looks like Michael has one more question too in the chat. I want to check that out.
Yeah, what is one in? Oh, is he in this room? Yes, he is. Michael, ideally you'd put something in each, but you know, it's up to you. Whatever feedback you'd like to give us on this. Just a second. There you go. Get back and share my screen. I'm glad that you all made it back here. All right, so the important parts, particularly for those of you who would like that stipend check, and really for our purposes, we're hoping for feedback, for you to tell us what we did well, what we can improve on, and you know, some ideas about where we should go next. So here, your next steps are as follows. There are 2 different surveys that we're going to share with you. This first one, I'm going to stress, is the more important one, at least on my end. This is the retroreport survey. So we're going to, I think we just shared that here. Yes. So it's the one, it's retroreport.typeform.com/SCOTUS23. It's in the chat. The other thing I'll emphasize is we will absolutely be sharing not only the survey links, but all of the links that we looked at today. In a few hours, you'll have an email from me with all of this stuff in one spot. Okay. So here, the retroreport survey, this is where we ask you, you know, what we can do better, what you liked. And then at the very end, you know, if you were able to join us for these 3 days, you'll put in your name, your mailing address, and then we'll be able to send you the $75 check. And then the second one, this is a survey from the Teaching with Primary Sources folks. As you can imagine, this survey is a little bit more focused on the Teaching with Primary Sources materials, which we incorporated into all of the lessons, and then we told you about in a couple other ways. So the Eastern region of the Teaching with Primary Sources Consortium, this is their sort of stock survey that all of their grant programming they would like teachers to do. This one's a little lengthier. This will be a favor to me and a favor to the good people at the TPS Eastern region if you're able to go through and complete that one. Okay, it's the retroreport survey, this first one, that we need you to do to be able to gather your information to send you your check. Okay, the last thing I'll show you here, just as a reminder of where you can find all of these, not only all of the videos and lessons that we shared over the past 3 days, but all of the wonderful free things from retroreport. If you go to retroreport.org and go to our education library, and I'll stick this link here in case you want to open it up and, you know, bookmark it. This is where you can find all of the films that have classroom resources ready to go. And as I showed you on the first day, we have things by subject, we have them by topic. You can search by keyword, by name, any of those sorts of things. And what you'll find with each of these, okay, if you click on one, sometimes they are collections, so they have a whole bunch of different videos along with them. Like this is our Global Cold War collection, has a ton of different films and resources. Or sometimes they are just for a single video. Like this is actually one of our newest films about the East LA school walkouts in 1968. Here you'll find the film, you'll find the lesson plan and student activity right here. The one that we looked at over and over this week, if we scroll down just a little bit, is our US Supreme Court collection. So here we ordered them, so they were in the order that we went through them this week. At the top is Supreme Court confirmations, then the Japanese American incarceration one, and then today's looking at the legacy of Brown v. Board. But there are plenty more resources in this collection, okay? Here's the one that we also referenced today about affirmative action. We have one about the Pentagon Papers and the First Amendment. We have one about Watergate and Citizens United. We have one about redistricting and gerrymandering. One about Bush v. Gore. Another about evolution, teaching about evolution in science classes and the First Amendment implications there. Another First Amendment one looking at Section 230. And we have additional ones that we'll be adding yet this fall. So that brings me to my next point. The best way to stay in touch with us. I know the vast majority of you already get our newsletter, but the best way to stay in touch with us is sign up for our teacher newsletter. My promise to you is I only send you one email a week. It'll show up in your inboxes on Monday morning, although we're taking a week off this next week. And then we share, here are new films, new lessons, upcoming future professional development, conferences that we're going to, all of those sorts of things. And I do see a couple questions in the chat that are very important there about certificates or hours, that sort of thing. At the end of the retro report survey, there will be a question that asks you if you'd like to receive a certificate. So if you want a certificate of attendance, you can get one of those. But again, you gotta finish that survey. That's you paying us in this. Is we get feedback, we get to know how we did and how we can do things better in the future. Our paying you is hopefully with a $75 check and a whole bunch of fantastic resources to boot. So I'm really appreciative for those of you who decided to take 3 consecutive days in the summer to come and learn things. We cannot do the work that we do without the input and feedback from teachers. So I really value all of you being here, sharing your learning with each other, and all of those things. One other link I will share with you. I know this came up yesterday. There is, if you haven't had enough Supreme Court, there is a webinar this evening, 7:30 to 8:30 Eastern. This one is being put on by Sphere. They are bringing in a couple of constitutional experts and Supreme Court watchers to talk through the most recent term of the U.S. Supreme Court. They're a little early because I don't know if you caught word of this. There are a couple more cases yet to be decided, and the court said, hey, we're going to meet again tomorrow. So if you really want more Supreme Court stuff, you can go learn from the folks at Sphere this evening, and then you can go check things at 10 a.m. Eastern tomorrow and learn about student loan payments and about First Amendment rights of creating websites and all of those sorts of things. So again, I appreciate all of you joining. That's what we have for you. Yet this afternoon, you'll get an email with me with a whole bunch of links. Very appreciative that you joined us. Can't wait to see you in the future. I'll hang around for a couple minutes if folks have questions. Otherwise, have a wonderful end of June and happy 4th of July.